Right. Right. Okay. Yeah.
If I was to be able to record the car that I didn't carry out, that's what I would do.
Nice meeting you.
Is Paul ready?
So Janelle.
Will all council members please take their seats?
She knows it's on there. Did you talk?
Yeah, Tanya called me. Yeah, that's usually wise. Will all council members please take their seats? Are there chairs for the chief? Well, we'll figure it out.
The table comes forward. You're right. Unless you want us to pull that round table out there.
As soon as I realized it, it's like, that's why she
No. It'll be okay for one day, so. It is 4:36 on Monday, May 9th. The meeting of the Special Affairs Committee is hereby called to order. Will all members of the audience please take their seat? Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays?
Present.
Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Mr. Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Heckenroder?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Thank you.
We have 8 present. Reading of the disorderly person city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and they will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from meetings. Are there any additions or changes to the agenda? I have an addition. There's been a request for a special order with Police Chief Green and any other members of the Flint Police Department who the chief feels would be appropriate to discuss crime as we approach the summer months, which I'll have, ordered without objection.
I got an objection.
What's your objection?
What is the purpose of the special order?
To that, if I may deflect to Councilwoman Burns, who requested the order.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to Councilman Mays. The purpose of the order is so that after that violent weekend we had approximately 2 weeks ago, so the chief can update us on status with some of the questions that he's had pertaining to hiring practices and what other preventions that he's putting in place to cover crime for the city of Flint.
I thought that was requested in committee meetings monthly or quarterly.
It is, you're correct. It is supposed to be a quarterly update with section, I believe, 3-208. But we did have at our last meeting, I did ask for a special order after we had the shootings and the issues so that Chief Green we could ask questions and he could update us on what's going on.
Yeah, if I may, Madam Chair. I'm not opposed to a special order in special affairs to get an update, but public safety is a priority. And I witnessed this council, and I witnessed how different council members, including myself particularly, have been treated when we try to deal with certain things. So I'm not going to vote no against the special order, but I know that, in fact, that this was supposed to be done at committee meetings. I know for a fact that it was supposed to be done monthly or quarterly. We just visited that. The special affairs meeting is really a meeting to get in and out of here and touch up stuff that need to be touched up in an hour before we get to council meeting. And regardless of what folks talk about, if public safety is such a priority for this council, then I would suggest a special meeting, particularly during budget time when we have an opportunity to put 14, 15, 20 million into public safety and really make an impact. So I'll be curious, I'll be on pins and needles to see what this special order is, who derived it, what's going to be said, how much of a public safety issue is going to be. I'm not in for stunts. I'm in for action. In public safety, this community is crying out for protection, public safety, police when we dial 911. So I want to see what this is. And I'm going to see if it tackles the overall problem or even make a big footstep into moving toward a safe community. Because right now, for it to show up in special affairs kind of throws me for a loop. Thank you.
Thank you. Given that there were objections, Thank you. Given that there was an objection raised, we are in discussion.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What's your point?
You can't order it when it's an objection.
As I was explaining, Mr. Mays, given that there was an objection raised, that means that we have now discussion open on that matter, and we will go to a vote. That being said, is there any more discussion on the addition to the agenda for a special order?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
I would like, I thank
Can you
whoever
talk-
decided
can you talk into
to,
more?
My Councilwoman Burns, thank you so much for adding this on the agenda. I would like to hear the update on crime as we all deal with it in some of our wards. So I will be supporting this special order. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Is there any more discussion on the special order addition?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Burns?
I would like to say crime, and as we get into the warm months, the summer months, we had one day of approximately, I think, 61, 62 degrees. And I don't even think we had officers available because they were running from scene to scene to scene. And it was not only within our boundaries, but also within the boundaries to where it spread into Mount Morris. And there were 2 people who lost their lives. So for me, it's extremely important that we address it, get ahead of it. I have talked with Chief Green, and this is the one thing that for me, this should not be political. This is lives. And for me, we need to, and I agree with Councilman Mays with saying, do we need to put money into this? I think we can get the conversation started, and if we need a bigger one, Councilman Mays, I believe that we should have one, because I don't want us to reach a record number of homicides this year. I do not. Last year, we were 1 homicide away from reaching a record. When we had 68 homicides, we had a population of about 159,000. We had 67 homicides last year with a population of 81,000. There's work to do here, and it's in each and every ward. We talk about the speeding, the driving, we talk about the shooting, and it's common. So whatever it is Chief Green needs, I would like to know what he needs, what we need to do to support him, and it's the community we have to step up along with council. And I'll take it back to when we had Reverend Hubert Hart who lost his life. He came to council asking for help. There was violence in this community, and ultimately, that's what took his life. He came to City Council asking for help 3 months before he became a victim of gun violence in his own community. So I think if there's something we can do, we need to address this, and we need to take care of it. And I think everyone has good intentions, but we do need to make sure we're taking care of it appropriately, making sure there's policy, procedure. And if the ARPA funds, because there was an uptick because of the pandemic, then we do need to make sure that ARPA funds are applied to that so that we can bring those numbers down. I don't want to be nowhere near in the 60s, 70s, 40s, or 30s. I would like to cap it off, and I think we have 14 or 15 homicides. We need to cap that. So whatever it is that we can do as a council, we need to do it, work collectively to get it taken care of, to keep our community safe. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion in the first round?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays, you've already spoken in the first round. Is there any more discussion in the first round?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What's your point?
I thought Ms. Burns spoke first. I
That is-
thought she was in her second round.
Mr. Mays, you asked her a question during your time in which she answered. That time was
I'll wait
yours
for
on
the
floor.
second round, no
Thank-
big deal.
Thank you. With that being said, I did realize as the chair, I did not specify where the special order would go. My thoughts on this would be after public speaking and council response, if that's okay with the rest of the body. Okay. Mr. Mays, you have the floor.
Yeah, Madam Chair, that was one of the concerns. Where would it go? This is an hour meeting, special affairs, designed to touch up things necessary in order to effect a proper council meeting. This council, Ms. Burns and you too, Ms. Herkenroder, can prove to me that you're serious about public safety. It only takes 2 of y'all to call a special meeting. Public safety requires way more than a special order in a special affairs meeting. Reports, killings, we're familiar with them. I want to see this council put their money where their mouth is at. You're sitting on close to $70 million. You got over 8,000 complaints backlogged in the Detective Bureau, and you don't even have civilian staff to sort through them. Everybody who can help tackle this public safety issue don't have to be sworn officers. When I call the police and I file a complaint, don't tell me I ain't telling them folk, but the complaint gets stuck in the Detective Bureau. And then everybody who said ain't political is fooling themselves. Reason being because the politics of the vote and the allocations of millions of dollars to fix the police department is a political decision. And so we need to cut the mess. Reports, people sitting in the middle of the street for 2 hours waiting on a traffic police because somebody done hit the car. They called me last night, dial 911. You got 3 to 6 cars or whatever you got. They tied up on a stabbing and a shooting, and you got all kind of stuff going on the other side of town. It's later for the PR. This is the city council. Do the members of the city council know what they have the power to do? Not just talk, but put your money where your mouth at. I dare this council and this administration to pump the resources in the police department and fix it. I'll say it again, I dare you. I dare you to hire civilians to sort through them backed up complaints. I dare you to spend $800,000 or so in PR and commercials on 1225 recruiting officers. I dare you to give officers signing bonuses. I dare you to give them houses to live in that we done took from the land bank. I dare you. And the reason I'm daring you because I want you to step up to the plate. Do something. Quit talking and doing special orders. Call a working business meeting, show up, do your job, allocate the resources, and let's try to save some lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other member of council who wishes to speak in the second round? Ms. Burns?
Madam Chair, those are specifically things that I have spoken with Chief Green about, and talking about not only prevention, intervention, talking about the hiring practices. So he has the individual who, from his department, who does the hiring, so we can begin this conversation to get some results. Cameras is another one. He has Sergeant Detective Booth, and I hope I didn't mess his title up. If so, Sergeant Booth, it was not intentional. He has them here with him to answer those questions. We were concerned about cameras in our community. You know, do we need more? How do the cameras work? So a lot of those things are items that we can talk about, and we do need to have a broader, longer, in-depth conversation, because this is not a problem that's going to be solved here today, not even probably for this year. So it is something that we will continuously have to work on. So Chief Green did bring staff members with him to answer those questions so that he could be transparent with us at council. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the second round? Mr.
Yes.
Murphy?
I was thinking that this was just to add on agenda, you know, and I don't mind us getting into discussion, but for one of my colleagues to want us to have some political will and all of that different kind of stuff, I'm not into that. I want to hear from the chief of police to update us on the council. All that other stuff, we can talk about that down the future on where we stand, on what we need to do about it. All I want to do today and here is to vote on an add-on agenda that has been brought before us to allow the police chief to come before this podium and speak to all 9 council members. Not all of this extra stuff about what somebody go do, what we ain't doing, or what we need to do. I want to get the business done.
Point of information.
I'm done.
What's your point?
Through you to the speaker, am I hearing you say you just want us to listen and do nothing?
That point of information is denied. Is there anyone else in the second round who wishes to speak? Seeing none, that brings us to the vote on the addition to the agenda of the special order with Chief Green to go after council response. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. The special order has been added. Are there any other additions or changes to the agenda? Okay. Hearing none, that moves us on to public speaking. First public speaker. Are there any public speakers?
Madam Chair.
Hello. My name is Ariel Mitchell. I live at 759 East Linden Avenue on north side of town, a couple of blocks from Mays Ward. I'm in the 3rd Ward, Marshall McCusker and Murphy over there, and about this special order about this human safety. The police are about taking these people's land banks and letting them live in them houses that the city had took from the land bank. They took on legal for. It's not lawful for you to do we the peoples this way. But we the peoples, Madam Chair, to Tim, prosecutor, is it lawful for Miss Fuller to don't know when to retire from Hurley Hospital to get money in Peter Bay over there at Hurley Hospital, pocketing the money and don't know when to retire because they don't know how to put somebody in their place? City Attorney, is it law? If you can't do the crime, don't do the time. They say people be the people of the public. We ain't no police state. You see what happened to Jamaica? Let the gangs take over and the police had to pay $17 million to let them go. Ain't nothing let the gangs and trying to do that stuff in Flint. We the people who's not going to allow that to happen. You hear the people talking, Madam Chair, take that and put in your coffee and drink it.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Arthur Woodson. 220183. Why is this back on here again? We talk about you have to be so many people has to be a resident to be on these boards. This individual, at the last time when we was doing virtual meetings, this individual wasn't even a U.S. citizen. And this is back on here. Out of 80,000 people in the city of Flint, and then in the surrounding areas, you couldn't find someone to put on the board. Why is this individual back on to be appointed on Hurley's board? We can't even get doctors hired over at Hurley, African American doctors. African Americans was turned away during the COVID, and they say we have to have meetings for racial disparities. What we got to have meetings for? Everybody know that African Americans was turned away, sent home to die. And we got to have a meeting for that? See, what irks me is that we get all this money here in the city of Flint, and we got to have gatekeepers and overseers to dish money out. But North Side and the East Side doesn't see a dime. Just like Children's Museum, they got part of that mini grant, plus they was given the property for a little bit of nothing, but House of Esther can't even get $1. Can't even get $1. And you had a council person say it ain't no hope for them. But you could fight for downtown. They get millions. And then during the election time, they give us a couple of crumbs for us to go out and say how good and excellent these elected officials are. And as fools, we do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Please state your name for the record.
I'm Amy Wyatt, and I'm here, I'm a resident of Mott Park, and I don't know like where we stand now, like if I should wait, if it's on a different agenda or not, or if I'm allowed to talk now.
Anyone can speak
Okay.
during on any topic.
Okay, so I just moved to Mott Park a year ago, and I love the neighborhood, but as you know, there's a lot going on there right now, and I don't understand. I know you're keeping us informed, and I do thank you for that. But I'm just trying to figure out, like, I know we have more presence in the neighborhood now. I came home from work Thursday, and somebody had tried to break into my house, and they didn't get in, I don't think, and I do have a dog, and he would not have allowed that. But I'm concerned over I don't know, it just doesn't, I think it was the transparency issue where when things are occurring in our neighborhood, we should be aware. So like, my children aren't coming or going in and out of our neighborhood at the time, but for some reason, we're not allowed the information, apparently. So I'm just trying to figure out if there's a better way we can communicate for our safety. Like if there was an issue going on at a school, the neighborhood goes on lockdown. When we have an active shooter situation or whatever in our neighborhood, we should be aware of that. And I'm just trying to figure out what I can do as a citizen instead of feeling helpless and scared and like I want to move. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Please state your name for the record.
My name is DeWanda Majid. I didn't intend on speaking here, but the request for an amendment to the agenda caused me to speak. I am a founder of a new nonprofit organization that recently received their 501c3 status or whatever. I'm a little nervous. But either way, I am currently in the process of planning an event called Safe Outside, and it's going to be at 5 local Flint parks, where I'm looking for volunteers, residents, people to kind of, police the parks between the hours of 12 and 4 p.m. so kids can come outside and play. because as a resident of Flint, I live in the 2nd Ward. One thing I noticed from my children is that as residents, we don't feel safe with our children going outside to play, whether it's cars speeding up and down the road or the violence. And we all know in order for a community to thrive, they need children growing there. And in order for children to grow within a community, they have to feel safe going outside. And Mr. Mays mentioned a whole bunch of money you guys have. I could really use some assistance in funding this event as well. And I see all these police officers here, so I could also appreciate maybe some plainclothes volunteers as well to help me with this event that I am planning, hopefully set to take place in July, 5 Saturdays in a row at different local parks.
Thank you. Next public speaker. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Jamisha Payne, and I'm a homeowner in the Mont Park area. And my biggest concern is basically the law enforcement, the officers, and the detectives.
Can you pull the mic down toward you?
Can you hear me now?
There you go. Yep,
I done
thank
had
you.
incidents happen in my home twice over the last 2 months. I done spoke with detectives, they blew me off. I done called law enforcement, they didn't get my 911 call. My biggest concern is I done gave out so much evidence, that no one never have got arrested yet. That's why people don't like coming to law enforcement, because nothing ever get done. And I just graduated April the 28th with my bachelor's degree in criminal justice. Like I told my detective, it ain't nothing that you don't know that I don't know. So it's like at the same time, it's like we pay our city taxes, we do this and that, but it's like, where's they at to help us? Y'all need to hire some people then. If y'all can't be on the scene when something else happens, hire. Because at the end of the day, they go home and sleep good at night. We got to be the one that deal with all the backbone, everything that's going on. I just don't like it. It's like something needs to be done. Because that's why people don't like coming to the law, because why? They don't do nothing. It's like it's nothing ever happening. We get police all day riding around doing this and that, but what's going on? What is they doing to help the city? It's nothing happening. And I just don't understand it, like how y'all got all this money, y'all doing all this, why ain't nothing taking place? Why nothing happening? Why it's not basically to protect us? Because they go home and sleep good at night. They don't got to worry about nobody doing nothing to them, because they're going to be, you know what I'm saying? I just don't understand it. I just don't understand it. It's just ridiculous to me. That's what it is. It's really ridiculous. Definitely when you're reaching out for help and you don't feel like you're getting the help you need, when you done gave them all the information they need to arrest someone and nothing still ain't get done, that's unacceptable. And I don't like it at all. And I don't like the fact that I done reached out to the mayor, I done reached out to Chief Green, I done reached out to my detective, I done got a state trooper detective because I had 2 incidents, and it's like ain't nobody communicating with me, ain't nobody working with me. I'm keep calling, I leave voicemails, I done call Swanson's office, and it's like everybody want to not communicate back, and I don't understand it. And it's like I want answers. That's why I'm here today. I want answers to know what's going on. I want answers because I'm highly educated in the field with my bachelor's degree at 29 years old. I want answers. And that's all I want.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. You guys hear me? Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Michael Clack. I'm a resident of the 7th Ward, lifelong resident of Flint, and I'm just coming up here. I didn't expect to come down here today. I'm just coming down here to give a little information about what I got going on. Just like the young lady here said that she started a nonprofit, I myself recently started a nonprofit organization, and what we plan to do with my nonprofit is help victims of domestic violence, sexual abuse, and human trafficking. By that I mean from any aspect, from developing any type of skills, writing skills, resume skills, partner with driving schools, all type of local businesses for resources, employment opportunities, anything you can think of to help somebody develop some type of skills so they can, be a successful resident. So I'm just here to let you all know what I plan on doing, what's going on, and thank you. Thank you to Mr. Mays, Councilman Mays, for the document that you just gave me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker. Are there any more public speakers? Final call for public speakers. Seeing none, that brings us to our council response. Is there any member of council who wishes to respond to the public? Ms. Burns?
Madam Chair, I want to speak to not just my Sixth Ward residents, because I have worked on and being transparent, and I'll continue to be transparent, and I will answer my phone. Jamisha, I'm sorry you had to come down here to get your questions answered, because I took your call at 12:18 or 23 a.m. to get someone. I did have to call the Michigan State Troopers, which did come. Everyone doesn't have that access to their council person to call the state trooper. And Chief Green, this is, I did not know this was her plan to come here. I did not. But when I took your call, you were screaming and crying because your house had just been shot up. There were 4 incidents at that time. I don't even think this is a safe place for us to even have this conversation, to be honest with you. But I appreciate your courage, because we have to do something. Before you leave, I would hope that Chief Green would speak with you. I don't want to get into any details. I won't do that because you have children. And I want to make sure your children are safe. And when I came to your house that night, that was my #1 concern. Not just for you, but nothing happened to your 4 children. Because that would be a regrettable moment. Very regrettable. And I believe Ms. Wyatt, today is to create more transparency. I had in-depth conversation with Chief Green, and he was transparent, I feel. So today we should be able to get some answers, and hopefully we can fix what's wrong and begin the dialogue to move forward so that you can have the questions or the answers to the questions, because we should all be involved. So we only get 2 minutes. You have my number. I will go in depth with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I would like to thank all of the public speakers. I would like to commend the young lady sitting here in the front for starting your nonprofit organization, and I look forward to your event, Safe Outside. I would like to get more information on that. So if you could please give me a call at area code 810-397-3621. I would appreciate getting more information. I would like to see what I can do to help you with that. Jamisha, I am so sorry about what happened at your home. You are absolutely correct. Something needs to be done. I'm looking forward to the special order and any other special council members that we have that deals with public safety and the enhancement of the police department. I've been sitting on this council now for almost 5 years, and one of the things that I've tried to do along with Councilman Mays, we've tried to put money into the police department to get the things that we feel that the police department needs, as far as cameras, shot spotters, anything that will enhance the police department, as well as get more police officers on the street. So I certainly hear you, and I'll be working closely with Chief Green to see what we can do. I look forward to the discussion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there any other member of council who wishes to respond to the public? Mr. Murphy?
Yes. Let me respond to the House of Esther situation and them coming requesting funding or us not giving them any kind of funding. When House of Esther was up in the St. Agnes building, there were also a school, I think Michael Dawn was facilitating a school. They were in that facility too. They got padlocked out of that facility. There's a lot of other things that I'm hearing now that House of Esther came before the podium, that that school had going on that we need to look into. So I'm just gonna leave that right there. I'm not interested in using ARPA dollars to just, when people come to the podium and request for funding, we say, oh, okay, well, we go give them some funding. There's a process that we putting in place. The compliancy firm is putting a request for proposals, an application. We listen to the community. For those who came to the podium, that's requesting dollars. We've been getting emails about people requesting funding. Some people have came to the podium. Some people have came to the 4 meetings. Some people have came to the mayor's meetings. But at the end of the day, we're going to put an application process in and do a request for proposals for you guys to apply for dollars. I've been in the shoes of you guys coming to that podium asking for money when I was on council. So I hear you guys, but there's a process that we're going to do to request for proposals. So I'm wrapping up. Reach out to us first to see what that looked like, because I think that'll be real appropriate.
Thank you. Is there any other member of council who wishes to respond to the public? Is there any other member who wishes to respond to the public? Hearing none, I will also now respond to the public. I want to say,
Madam Chair, hopefully you'll hear one. Is that all right?
Mr. Mays, I did call for public speaking or for response twice.
Madam Chair, are you granting my opportunity to speak, or are you denying it? It's a simple question.
As I was saying, I called for the opportunity to speak twice, and I heard none.
Madam Chair, that's why you get into trouble, and that's why this council get into trouble. You
Mr.
can either be
Mays.
nice or you can be nasty.
Mr. Mays, you do not have the floor. You did not respond.
Point
in
of order,
time.
Madam Chair.
What is your response?
Normally you ask 3 times. Now you're going to make a point that you asked twice, and then I try to speak and you're trying to deny my voice? Is that what's going on here?
Mr. Mays, I have already ruled. I will begin.
I appeal the
continuing.
ruling of the chair.
There is an appeal on the ruling of the chair. Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second? Hearing none, my ruling stands as a...
Point of information, Madam Chair.
What's your point?
My point of information is now you and the council people here to set the tone. Is that what you really want to do at the beginning of this meeting? You don't have to answer, but you've already done it. It's a point of information, Madam Chair, and I have the right to use a privileged motion to ask a question. Beg your pardon?
Mr. Mays, that point of order is denied.
It was a point of information.
Excuse me, that point of information
Point
is
of
denied.
order.
It was not a proper point of information.
Point of order.
What is your point?
It was a point of information.
As I said, Mr. Mays, your point of information is denied. Back to what I was saying, I want to thank all of the members of the public for coming out this evening. I do tremendously appreciate the passion and the concern for safety, for our parks, for our children, and for those survivors of domestic violence and sexual abuse. I'm so incredibly excited to hear that we have 2 brand new nonprofits in the city of Flint, and I'm very excited to see where those go as we keep going forward. Very similar to my colleague in the 5th Ward, I would also love to participate or help with any kind of coordination. If you have a flyer or anything like that, I'm sure many of my colleagues would also love to have a flyer of that emailed to them. I will also give you my phone number, 810-766-7418. And my extension is 3163. With that being said, council response is now over, and we are on to the special order with Police Chief Green and any other officers who the chief feels as though would be appropriate to discuss this. Chief?
sit behind you.
Thank you very much for being here this evening, Chief Green and the members of the police department that you have with us. As we have heard today, there are tremendous concerns regarding safety, and perhaps we can have you open with a little bit of a presentation as to the proposed changes in the structure of the police department to help prevent crime.
Well, first of all, let me start out by saying, compared to this time last year, we've seen a decrease in violent crime by 25%. Starting back as far as several months ago, the police department has began initiatives to combat violent crime. We've initiated geographically focused policing initiatives, specifically in the Mott Park area, regarding violent crime, drive-by shootings, things of that nature. Our efforts have been successful. The men and women of the City of Flint Police Department have been working very hard. I'm not going to make any excuses about staffing, things of that nature. We deal with what we deal with. But it's been very successful. I'm not going to respond to any active, open investigations. I spoke with Jamisha several times regarding her incident. I was the first person that spoke with her regarding her incidents at her home. And officers are investigating that, and they're doing a great job investigating it. Who I have with me today is Detective Tyrone Booth and Lieutenant Ron Dixon. Ron Dixon is the person that has, when I became Chief of Police September 1st of 2020, one of my assignments was recruitment. I assigned Lieutenant Dixon that responsibility of recruitment and retention of officers. And I have to say he's done an outstanding job, a great job. Couldn't have picked a better person for the position. Amongst his other duties as Internal Affairs Lieutenant, Bomb Squad Commander, things of that nature. But he's done an outstanding job with recruitment and retention. Since September 1 of 2020, we've hired 29 full-time officers, 5 just recently graduating from the Police Academy. And I'll let Lieutenant Dixon speak on that as far as additional officers that will be attending the next Police Academy. Our staffing levels have increased by 10% since this administration began, and it's been very successful. We've also had other initiatives with our neighborhood safety officers, starting 2 weeks ago. And I'll let Detective Booth describe those efforts. And we provided, what was provided you is statistics on our efforts and what's been going on within the city of Flint, each ward, ward by ward, your crime statistics. At this time, I'll entertain any questions you have.
Are there any members of council who have questions for the chief and his staff, Mr. Murphy?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
I said Mr. Murphy. Okay, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair. I'm looking at the agenda, and after this special order, we'll deal with fair housing and fair employment practices. The Lord blessed me with a deep voice, a deep, strong voice. And I'm telling you, Ms. Herkenroth, I'm very disappointed at you and others on this council like you who discriminate and treat folk differently for whatever reason. It was uncalled for you not to allow me to respond to the public. 2 minutes, elected by over 1,400 people, more than some of y'all ever got, and you play me like that in a soft voice. Mr. Mays. Oh, I'm going to talk about it because it's dead wrong. It's 100% wrong. And when my council colleagues sit and condone it, they just as wrong. It's a crime, Chief. Chief, let me say this. That's how most of the crimes start out in this community. They start out with people messing with folks. You got some ignorant white folks in this community, and you got some ignorant black folks. The majority of the people, black and white, are decent people. What happens on this council is microscopic of what happens in the bigger community for me. I mean, this people would have been fighting mad with Ms. Herkenroder. I asked twice, I'm not going to let you exercise your elected position to speak.
Mr. Mays, do you have any questions for the chief for this
Oh,
special
I'm going to
order?
make comments and questions. You might not want to hear my comments and questions, but I'm going to see if you treat my comments and questions like you treat the other folk. Now, you've been here 5 or 6 months, and you're trying to embarrass me on public safety, and it's running rampant in the black community. I don't know what it's doing in your neighborhood. I don't have to ask questions. I can make comments. I've got knowledge. I know what the police department need. You might need to ask questions. I heard that lady in public comment say she's been talking to detectives, been talking to the police. We've been telling on folks. I'm telling on you. We're going to continue to tell on folks. We're going to continue to tell on you. See, I made it up in my mind in my 50s that if I believe strong in something, I'm going to speak strong and will die for it. I will die for what I believe in. I can get shot in the head, I'll be dead. Hope I go to heaven. This ain't no plaything for me, Ms. Herkenroder. I don't know you, didn't know you, and still don't know you. I'm going to tie what you do and what you and Ms. Worthing and others say and do to my address to the police. Mr. Green, how can we address some of those complaints in the police department that's backlogged in the Detective Bureau? You've heard me talk about it. Am I exaggerating, or is there complaints backlogged in the Detective Bureau?
Yeah, there are complaints backlogged in the Detective Bureau, and how we're addressing that is hiring more officers.
Do you need sworn officers to sort through them complaints?
We prefer sworn officers, but we can adjust to find some way where civilians can assist us in a way where it doesn't compromise confidentiality issues.
Let me explain. Let me give you an example. That young lady who spoke, she part of my frustration, because I'm looking at a executive order number 22-001 came in my mailbox today, signed by Mr. Neely. Now, Mr. Neely done issued an executive order to stop folks from bullying and harassing people in the workplace. To me, if you was in here, you witnessed some bullying mess with Ms. Herkenroder. You witnessed it, as far as I'm concerned. Do you know the Deputy Chief of Staff, Mr. Murdoch, jumped on me? That was Neely's cousin. He worked in City Hall. State police said arrest him. I went to Hurley. I think it's very hypocritical for Neely and sometimes the police department that he appoints you as chief not to respond to us. I knew Murdoch had to beat me out, sent me to the hospital, talking politics, and the state police said arrest him. The complaint is still laying there to this day. Do you know that the same guy brought the police on Koran and Linden Road and got fired? Because the police, I bet you, was white. He swung at the state police. Then they tried to draw blood from him. I heard he swung at the people at Hurley. Then he lost his job here with the city of Flint and Mr. Neely. And people saying, Mays, you were right. I knew he was ignorant when he jumped on me. I've been around Flint long enough to know who the ignorant folks is. I know. How many people do you think you need to hire, civilian or otherwise, to sort through them complaints in the Detective Bureau?
I'm not sure of the exact number.
Well, we need to look at that. This ain't the first year. Ms. Winfrey Carter is right. 4 council people tried to move money last year to fix that police department. Now you got one of my colleagues said in this special order, I don't really want to talk or get into that. Well, I do. We need to get into it because when it knock on your door or when it beat you up or shoot you in your car, it's a big deal. Until it happened to you, you got thousands of people out here. Oh, there go Mays talking again. But let it happen to you. Let your car get shot up going down Saginaw or Martin Luther King. Let your house get shot up while you watching the Wheel of Fortune. Let something happen to you. It's top priority. So I'm willing to die for it. I want the crooks to hear me. I want the Murdochs and the people doing this to hear me. I want them to hear that I'm trying to get this council to move $14 to $20 million to fix that police department. I'm trying to get you to do your homework and tell us specifically the amounts of money you need. I'm trying to get people like Herkenroder and Worthen and Murphy and them off my butt, because I know what I'm talking about. I'm trying to expose the hypocritism from Mr. Neely and anybody else who condones violence in this community. Now watch me yield the flow. And then I'm going to come back after I hear what other folks got to say, because I shouldn't walk into this environment to do my job as it relates to helping people and then get attacked by folks sitting in a big chair. Just ridiculous the way we perform in our community. We make folk mad. Ma'am, I heard what you said. I heard what you said, and you should have the opportunity to feel safe. Mr. Green, I don't know if you're taking me seriously, Chief, but I'm dead serious. When we did the audit on them complaints in the Detective Bureau for 2-3 years, I've been talking about it. When you say we need community help and people need to tell, we telling. We calling Crime Stoppers. That lady say she done gave more evidence and testimony than the law allow. So it's real. And I'm not going to go through it in a perfunctory manner, just go through the motions. I dare this council to call a 3, 4, 5, 6-hour meeting and then show up. Through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Burns. Ms. Burns, the budget process, we must adopt the budget by the first Monday in June. We got callbacks this Thursday. Through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Burns, is the police department on the callback agenda?
Yes, the police department is on the callback agenda, because I know that budget, I'll just a simple yes.
Mr. Chief Green, do you plan to ask us for more money when you come back this Thursday? And if so, in what areas? Because I'm interested more than $300,000 for a helicopter.
As far as the budget, no, I'm not. I will be seeking funding through the ARPA dollars for our...
I heard one colleague refer to the ARPA funds. I might disagree with him. When it comes to the young lady in the second row, she's developed a program. Mr. Clack talked about a program. These programs are no different than what folk is trying to do with the peacekeepers. You're familiar with the peacekeepers, ain't you?
Very familiar with them, yes.
So if you're familiar with the peacekeepers, I'm willing, unlike some of my colleagues, ma'am, I'm willing to fund your program. Whether you want 10, 20, 50, or 100,000, I'm willing to fund the program because young people need to be safe. and we need to get involved. Chief, I'm disappointed to hear you say that you're not going to ask this council to amend the budget. I'm very disappointed. I will bring resolutions through you, Madam Chair, to Attorney Kim, the city attorney. Attorney Kim, did your office get the resolutions drawn up that I've asked to amend the budget, particularly in the police department?
Not yet.
Well, you should have them. You know why? Because Attorney Gurley was attending the meeting. She took notes. We want to amend the police department budget for cameras. Jerry Winfrey Carter and I tried last year. Some folks wasn't even on the council. We'll see what they do this year. Attorney Kim, I'm disappointed for you to say not yet, because in an open meeting, I gave those budget amendments and resolutions for Ms. Gurley, your assistant. So you got them. You just don't know it. Hopefully in the next week or so, they'll be ready to be introduced to vote on. Chief, those budget amendments includes money for civilians and or uniformed officers to work some of them complaints in the Detective Bureau. Those budget amendments will include cameras and hotspots. Chief, when you were here last, you talked about a $12,000 camera, right?
That's correct.
And 10 times 1,200 is 120,000, correct?
Yes.
100 times 12,000 is 1.2 million, correct?
Correct.
And if we wanted 300 cameras, that would be 3.6 million, correct?
That's correct.
You trust my math that fast? I'm going to say this, Chief. I'm shooting for the 3.6 million. I'm shooting for the 3.6 million. And then I'm shooting for commercials and advertisement. So I'm looking at a budget when I finish. I'm going to put it before council. And it's going to be somewhere probably between 8 and 14 million. And then I want the whole community to see what this council do. I want to see what Ms. Herkenroder do. I want to see what Mr. Murphy and Ms. Worden and Mr. Pfeiffer, I want to see what they do. Because it's easy to talk public safety, but to do something about it is a whole different ballgame. We sitting on 70-some million. Public safety is the top priority, and here folks want to keep you from responding to people who done took their time to come down here and complain just because she thinks she can. Who do you think you are? I'll be back. I ain't going nowhere. But I'm going to talk, I'm going to expose it. I got calls all this weekend from national media. Why did the one lady say what she said to the other lady? National news. But when I say it's a different treatment, a cultural difference between white folks and black folks, oh, Mays, you can't say that, the decorum. You need to just, the decorum. When it comes to saving lives and public safety, decorum is out the window.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Mr. Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. And I could take my time and respond to this, my colleague who have accused us of all of these kind of insinuating things. You can say what you want to say. You can worry about what you need to worry about is your own self and trying to get 5 votes on this council to move whatever you're trying to do in this. For you to be here for 8 years, not one time did you become president of the city council. And when you did come president of the city council, you couldn't last 5 months, but you got—
Point of information. Through you, Madam Chair, to the speakers. It's about public safety. You spend way too much time on me, ain't you?
The chair will remind the council members to respect each other and to remember their decorum. Mr. Murphy, continue.
Thank you. He went on and on making all of these insinuations, caught white folks, black folks, mimicking council, saying we was discriminating, telling us about ourselves. Not one time did he get stopped. And I sit up here and took notes on everything that this man talked about with us. Not one time did he get stopped. So I was just thinking, should I respond to him? But every time you turn around, since I've been on the city council, I've been going back and forth responding to somebody who think you going to bully this councilman in Third Ward. But guess what? It's a new council in Third Ward. And
Point of information. Through you, Madam
What's your
Chair,
point?
to the speaker, do he know I'm as gentle as a lamb? I don't know what bullying is. I'm just challenging you to do your
Mr.
job.
Mays,
Could
that is
that be
not
a fair
proper.
statement?
That is not a proper point of information. Mr. Murphy, continue.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What's your point?
According to the rules, you cannot utilize the privileged motions to take the floor for comments like that. Thank you.
That is correct. Well taken. Continue, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you so much. But I'm going to get to the questions that I need to ask for you, because dealing with this right here, we're being here all night. Anyways, need to worry about staying in your seat. What is the data and the statistics as far as the 911 calls? When people call 911, what is the average response time in your department when it comes down to responding to the 911 calls?
It depends what type of call it is. There's a priority one call, less than 30 minutes. Some have been up to 2 hours. It depends on the type of call.
Okay.
In progress calls are within minutes, and it depends on what type of in progress call.
Okay.
Man with a gun, a shooting, things of that nature.
My other question is, do you have officers in each ward where assigned to the different wards, where if we need to reach out and call the officer or something, what is the proper procedure and how we should, do we got someone first shift, second shift, and third shift? We used to have community police officers. Do we have them now assigned to wards? How do that work? Or do
No.
we call 911
At this
too?
time, we do not.
So what's the proper way for us to get in contact with an officer if we need to call an officer about a situation in our ward where we need to, would you consider us, well, for instance, I got a call yesterday about someone standing on the corner of Horton and Carpenter Road with a sign asking for money. So I went to the individual. They wanted me to call 911, but I was like, nah, let me just go and try to see if I could deal with it. I gave them some money and some bottles and told them just go on and move on. You know, people been complaining. And that may not be the best approach, but before I have to call the police, if I don't want to try to be going in and getting in the middle of things. Those kind of situations right there, do you suggest we call the police for somebody who clearly is asking for some money because whatever situation, I don't know if they, do we got something in place to, can they do that or can't they do that?
Yeah, I don't believe the city of Flint has a panhandling ordinance. And maybe Attorney Kim can answer that question.
Through the chair to the attorney, could you answer that question?
Panhandling, or asking people for money or things like that, is actually protected under the U.S. Constitution. The city can't arrest somebody for just the simple ask of asking people for something.
Okay. So I didn't want to call the police, and I went and talked to them. But I just, the drag racing, I guess I got a text today about something happening somebody died on Selby and Pearson Road.
Yes.
Through high speed, somebody was driving fast. What is your plan to deal with, and I kind of think people got their minds set, they gonna do what they want to, and I don't care how many police officers or how many less police officers we have in the community. If people decide they want to commit a crime, I don't think they're going to say, oh, we just hired 20 more police officers, we not gonna do it. I think people just got their mind made up. They gonna do what they do regardless, and I'm not sure that we got the answers to deal with the mindsets of people in our community. That's why these organizations that's out here trying to ask for money to help will help probably decrease that situation, but I don't think more policemen is the answer. I think funding organizations that want to do things in the community to prevent crime will help, more crime prevention activities. So that's my approach and how I think we should deal with crime. An idle mind is a devil's workshop, but if you give them something to do, then at least you can have their time occupied doing some things, whether it's working or having programming. So I'm not sure if we have more police officers, that's going to make people's mindset be like, okay, I'm not going to commit no crime because y'all just hired 2 or 3 more police officers. I'm not saying I would do it, but if I wanted to commit a crime, I don't think I'm going to be, thinking about, okay, y'all just hired 5 more police officers. I'm not, it's just the nature of the beast, and I don't think we want to do a deep dive and think about that. So you guys have to do a lot of responding. My concern is the technology. You guys having the adequate technology, the shot spotters, but if you get the shot spotters, who gonna respond to them if you hear it? Do you have the capacity to respond once you put them out in the air? The other thing is the cameras. The last time you came here, you said that even if y'all catch somebody on the camera speeding or something, you still can't turn around and zoom in on the license plate and give them a ticket, or how could you explain that right there?
We can't issue citations. We can get a physical description of the vehicle and the license plate, depends on the angle. But as far as issuing citations from that image on the surveillance camera, that's a state law. We're not allowed to do that.
So if I see Dr. Lewis speeding down the street in her car, and you zoom in on her car, all we really can do is be like, hey, there go Dr. Lewis zooming down Selby Street. Hi, Dr. Lewis. Is that it? Or is there?
At this time, no, we're not able to issue citations or any type of penalty.
So we can put a whole bunch of cameras out here, and we can look at the cars, or look. What about crime? If someone committing crime, can you use the camera if they are committing a crime?
Yeah. And that aspect, our cameras that we have now have been very successful in apprehending, solving crimes, furthering investigations. They've been very successful.
So we can use the cameras to help solve crime, but we can't use the cameras to help with the speeding of the cars if we watch them on the camera. So now that we can't do that, what is your suggestion to deal with the rapid increase of speeding in the residents, people? I think we should create a speedway track somewhere for them to go and collect some money and bring some revenue back to Flint. That's my opinion. I'm thinking outside the box because they like to race. Why not create a safe space for them to go and race their cars and charge to get in, charge for the nosy people to watch, like me, that might want to watch. I never did, but I'm quite sure if I knew it was somewhere that I can go and watch them race, I might pay $5 or $10 to get in, and that could generate some revenue for the city of Flint. But do you have a plan to address the speeding, I mean, are we gonna put up signs, yellow, slow down, speed humps, or speed bumps? You know, I'm not gonna go there with y'all, but I know there's some areas, 35 or 45 zones, we can't put the speed bumps or speed humps on there, so are we gonna roll out something like that, some different slow down signage, or what's the plans for that?
Well, our plan for the speeding and reckless driving is to continue an uptick in our enforcement, which we've been very successful at. Also, through the American Rescue Plan dollars, we've requested funding to order speed trailers, which are mobile, and we can move those, we can manipulate those in different locations based on our data and evidence to different locations throughout the city. So a combination of that, technology, and just continue our enforcement, we should be successful.
Is that the $500,000 that we approved?
No, I haven't, no.
It hasn't come to us?
No, it has not.
Okay.
So we're getting a total budget together.
Okay. All right, I'm done.
Thank you, Ms. Burns.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Leaving off on that, Chief Green, your total budget, so that we can get a, and you and I have had this conversation, if we want to curb crime, what programs do you feel will be the best programs that we need to help you or to fund through the ARPA funds? Or can you speak to that?
Well, there's multiple funds. The Witness Protection Program, which we'll be presenting, Violence Interrupter Program, which is based out of Baltimore, Maryland, Youth Intervention and Enrichment Programs, which is a youth, I call it a youth mentorship program. So those are my three primaries.
So those are your three primary. Can you explain, I know what a violence interrupter program is, but could you explain to the council what that type of program is? Because I think it's a great program in Maryland, in Baltimore. And my sister lives in that area. She lives in Upper Marlboro, and I think that's a great program. Could you explain to us how effective this program is and what it consists of?
Well, the Violent Interrupter Program is a program that it basically utilizes members of the community to interrupt violence. They're in the community, their ears in the community. The community members tend to confide in them a lot quicker than they would law enforcement, providing information to deter crime in the neighborhoods, specifically gun violence. And this Violent Interrupter Program is basically geared towards gun violence. Baltimore, Maryland has a program identical to the one that we'll be attempting to obtain, and has decreased their gun violence by double digits in some of the high violent crime neighborhoods. I think this program would be even more successful in the city of Flint due to our size, 34 square miles, versus like the city of Baltimore.
Okay, and those are programs that those three main programs are programs that you're going to submit for funding to the council, and like you're part of your total budget.
That's correct.
Okay, and I have quite a few questions. The 6th Ward, and there are 6th Ward residents in here, and you and I have talked about it, has been, for some reason, busy. And it is based on crime data that you have collected in your department. We've had some homicides, there's speeding, we've had shooting. Shooting is normal. I'm used to the helicopter, the Michigan State helicopter that's in the air quite often. And what is it that, when you told me, you said, hey, we're focusing on that. What can residents look forward to?
Well, one program we started in the My Park area is our geographically focused policing initiative. I have 4 officers assigned specifically to that area. I mean, that's their area. It's a form of community-oriented policing. So what this program is going to do is increase officer visibility in that area, reduce crime. You have a face-to-face, you have an officer that's assigned to that area that residents would know by face, and the officer would hopefully know that residents by face, the businesses. So basically, this is another program that was brought to me. It has scientific evidence that it is successful, and it should reduce crime in that area. And we'll continue to monitor that and evaluate it on a monthly basis.
Chief Green, I would like to meet the 4 officers. Since I am the council person, I would appreciate that because a lot of the crime comes through me. So if I could meet and know who the 4 officers who are assigned to that area, I would greatly appreciate that. When we talk about the speeding, residents had a question about Sunset was supposed to get a speed hump, but it's not. But I think as Rod Magaha stated, that it can't be over 25 miles per hour. And I think it's 30 miles per hour. And residents want to know if they can ask for the speed to be reduced, which I don't know how we go through that process. I probably have to go through legal to find out, but that was one of the questions. The priority with speed bumps, how long will we have that initiative to keep our neighborhoods safe, to slow down, because kids are going to be in the streets riding bicycles.
Which initiative?
What are the speed bump, or whatever it is?
Well, my understanding is they had to order additional speed humps, and they'll be strategically placed throughout the city of Flint.
Do you have a list of where they will go?
We have a list, yes. We have several different locations in the city of Flint.
Okay, so I did get some emails, like I said, today. Is there something, since a speed hump, Rod Magaha stated it cannot be placed on Sunset, and he told us that during the budget hearings. So is there something else that we can do? They asked if we could have, my response to them was we do not have money or officers to just strategically place at West Combe and Sunset or along that area. Is there anything else that they want speed traps daily, which we don't have that. I feel a lot of our issues are enforcement, which I'll get into the hiring practice that you are working on, because a lot of the issues are we don't have enforcement. The ordinances are there, we just don't have, under the laws, there's no one to enforce them.
We're conducting enforcement throughout the city of Flint. And I think Detective Booth provided you those statistics of our enforcement.
He did, and I appreciate him giving them to him as we've been going through them right before this meeting. I appreciate you giving us the handouts. It gives us something to go on. When we talk about shootings, how many non-fatal shootings have we had this year? Because we only see on the crime statistics the stats of homicides. How many non-fatal shootings have we had?
I'm not sure the exact number of non-fatal shootings, but what I can tell you is a lot less than they were last year at this time.
Is it possible to get a number?
We can get you a number.
Okay, how many?
I just been told it's 46.
46 non-fatal shootings? And that is considerably less, because I believe we're getting, one a day before last year is what it was totaling. So that means it is driving it down then, if those numbers are correct. Sergeant Booth, that would... They are correct. Okay. Okay, so we're right, so we're on target. So some of the programs that you're putting to effect are working, and that's good. When we talk about 911, what are we doing about 911 calls? Because if 911, you're put on hold, or what can we do? When you call, and I've called, I've been put on hold. And I don't think when you call 911 and you're calling for someone, they ask you to please hold, or you will lose your place in line, and you're calling for an emergency, that is a problem. Also, 911 getting calls to you or to the police department, which you are the chief. What are we doing to fix? Because we are constantly, for the past couple of years, hearing problems with 911, and that is a serious problem that has to be addressed. I mean, 911 is there for a purpose. You need help. And if you can't get it from there, what are we doing?
Well, We've sent supervisors out to 911 to try to alleviate an issue, discover what actually is going on, so we've done that. We've seen some type of improvement, but since I've been chief of police here, we've been getting complaints about 911, and prior to me becoming the chief. So there's been the thought out there that 911 returns to the city, we return to our own 911 center. Other than that, I've had several meetings with the 911 director, and it's a work in progress.
Do you think having 911 back here and upgrading that system would be beneficial and increase the response time? Or reduce it? I'm sorry, we don't want to increase it, reduce it.
Well, it will put the city of Flint back in control of its own 911 center, and we can hold, our own employees and dispatchers accountable.
So would it be your recommendation that you would prefer to have it, if possible?
Well, we've had meetings, we're researching that now. I would rather
wait on that?
Wait on that.
Okay, and I respect that. The Witness Protection Program, you said that's going to be in your packet. Can you tell us why you feel there's a need for that?
Well, I'll give you a prime example. Currently, probably about a year and a half ago, we partnered with the Genesee County Prosecuting Attorney's Office and convened a grand jury in the city of Flint here for violent crime cases. We have 35 cases with 84 defendants of the worst that are sitting in jail right now because of this grand jury. They all were indicted. The beauty of the grand jury is that the witnesses, they don't have to testify in public in fear of retaliation. It's a secret process where they can testify behind closed doors without the public being involved, and that information they provided during that grand jury testimony cannot be leaked and cannot be discussed in a public forum. And this brought more witnesses forward, very successful. But it's going to come to a time where this information will be made public, and we still have to provide safety to these witnesses in the form of we might have to relocate them, provide them, shelter, things of that nature. That's what this Witness Protection Program would do. If witnesses understand that we're going to do anything in our power to protect their safety and their family, I truly believe, and it's been proven, that more witnesses will come forward and provide crucial information so these cases, whatever it is, a drive-by shooting, a homicide, sexual assault, will be solved.
So I want to move on. So before I'm going to wrap up with the Witness Protection Program on that portion. So the Witness Protection Program, you feel is vital. There's a great use for it.
Yes.
Okay. So, and then you'll get us, that'll be the dollar amount that you will be requesting. You will put that in your total budget.
That's correct.
Okay. My other question may be for Detective Sergeant Booth regarding cameras. Unless you want to do the technical part yourself.
I'll let him go.
Good catch. Thank you. My question is, one of the big things, I feel cameras are deterrent, and they record crimes. Most criminals don't like to be recorded for doing their crime. That can later be used against them. Can you tell us how important the cameras are for you? Because you've been in Intel Center since what year?
I've been in there approximately 6 years.
6 years. So you've been there a long time.
Yes.
And you run the Intel Center.
Mm-hmm.
And so how effective are the cameras? Because you can really tell us how well you feel the cameras do work.
So the cameras that we're utilizing, and any camera in any system basically, provides, in most cases, unrefutable evidence to criminal events in our case because we're using them for that purpose. So the cameras give us great information. It provides excellent leads in terms of our investigative needs, as well as providing crucial evidence to solve cases and send them along with other information to court for the judicial process. So they're extremely important.
So, for instance, I had someone do donuts or reckless, I consider now reckless driving, on the left-hand side of me in a white Charger, then on the right-hand side. And the cameras were right there on the left-hand side and then the right-hand side in the Save-A-Lot in old Dr. Pyatt's office. So if someone has, could I have called you and said, hey, Detective Sergeant Booth, this happened on da-da-da at 12:18 p.m. Is that something that we can use the cameras to use the footage for?
So if images are captured, recorded, as well as identifying features, a license plate, description of a car, for reckless driving, we can build a case from that.
Okay, so if I see it and I wrote down the plate myself, and I guess that would make me a witness to what they were doing, that is something that could be used.
That is something that could be used.
Okay, and do you think we need more cameras?
Well, I would never say that I don't want more equipment to serve in the capacity that
Well,
we
you gotta
utilize.
tell us,
right?
because this, we gotta tell us.
We have currently an adequate amount of cameras to do what we need them to do, and we'll be putting up even more than that. So we have a surplus of cameras right now that are in the system now, and more that will be going into the system.
Okay, your intel room, the operation, is it 24/7?
The operation is not 24/7, and I don't want to get into the operational
Okay, and I'll
hours
respectfully
because of-
just do that.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'll do that. Do you need more people to work to monitor those?
I will never not say that I would take more staff to better serve the citizens.
Okay. And I think that's important. If we have cameras, that we've got someone watching them.
And we do.
Okay, and
Okay.
and I've been at Intel room. Is that room big enough?
So, obviously, we have more cameras than the monitors that you see available. The important thing is being able to access the information that you need when you need it. So I don't need every camera visible right now. I just need the ability to pull up cameras that are important to me. So in that room, staff members are listening to the radio for 911 calls, the police emergency system, and a variety of other things, social media, anything where we can pull information, and we do. So we're able to go to certain cameras in a certain location and pull up that information if we need it. So you ask, is the room big enough? Yes, it's big enough. We're able to pull up information as we need it on a variety of cameras that you may not see when you walk in the door, which I encourage all council to come and visit us again.
And I think if council members have not, I think it is good to go see what you do there, and I agree. I'm saying if we're doing your budget, now's the time to get into that. If you need, more space, more monitors, making sure that you are equipped with what you need and the city or the police department needs to be successful. That is my last question for cameras. Thank you, Mr. Booth. Detective Sergeant Booth.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chief, could you have Lieutenant Dixon up? I have some questions about hiring. Thank you for being here, Lieutenant Dixon. Chief Green spoke to hiring 29 officers, and I believe, Chief, since September the 1st. And you had 5 come out of this last training. Can you tell us what are your hiring practices and what are you doing to attract, recruit, hire and then retain? Because retention has been a problem.
Okay. Good evening, Council. As Chief Green stated, he put me in charge of the recruitment program late 2020, and since then we have hired 29 full-time positions, as he stated. That does include these last 5 that we got. They're in training right now. And through the hiring process, first off, all the applications are emailed directly to me, so I'm the first person that gets to look at them. Excuse my voice here, I'm a little scratchy. I'm the first person to be able to look at and review the applications. And in reviewing them, I check for any type of criminal background, any type of eliminating factors, and ensuring that these applicants do complete their MCO's pre-employment requirements, because you don't just put in an application and have an interview and get hired as a police officer. There is a process that's months long that goes into it. And I'm the person that interacts with the applicants first to make sure that they have all of these requirements together before we even do an interview, because it really makes no sense for us to conduct interviews if they can't pass an MCO's written or physical test. So I'm the person that kind of makes sure all of that's in order prior to the application process. And once they're selected and they have an interview, I normally participate in the interviews and I facilitate them. And once they have that, if they pass that, then they move on to the background phase. And then after the background phase, if everything checks out in the background, then they get an interview with the chief of police. And if Chief Green selects them for an employment, then they go through their normal required interviews, like a psych evaluation, a physical, drug testing, and everything like that. And that's why it takes months to kind of get it all together. And once all that is in order and they are selected, then they would be selected for the academy, and then they would attend an orientation at the Lerda Academy in Fenton, where the academy is conducted. And once they complete the academy, then they become police officers, or they are certified to be police officers with us. And in speaking reference to the academy, in the last 2 academies, the city of Flint has not had to pay the tuition for the recruits. And the academy tuition for each recruit is $5,500, and we've got the last 11 people we didn't even pay for, which is savings for the city of $60,500 in just tuition alone. And this was.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that again? And maybe the mic needs to be lowered. You stated that you didn't have to pay how much? The city was not responsible for paying?
$60,500 for the last 11, total of the last 11 applicants that came through the police academy. And this was accomplished by a relationship with GST Michigan Works out of the Fenton office. They do have a program called the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, or WIA program, that I'm in contact with the facilitator, Ms. Tricia Agostino, in reference to. And this program is really good because it works for not only the city or other agencies hiring officers, but it also works for the students also. Because number one, the city doesn't pay their tuition, number one, which is a huge part of the financial packet. But they also provide the recruits with the uniforms, any books and study materials, their workout clothes. They pay mileage for their vehicles. They pay for tools, equipment. They assist in auto repairs and auto insurance while the students are in the academy. Because in the academy, they're only making $12 an hour in the academy. So it gets kind of, hard, but that does assist, like, the employees while they are going through. And it would be really nice, since we're not picking up the tuition anymore, that we could probably increase the hourly wage while they are in the academy. I don't know if that's something, I don't know the process for that. It maybe have to go through Chief Green and the budget or something like that, but that
How
would be
many weeks
nice.
is the academy?
I'm sorry?
How many weeks is the academy?
The academy is approximately 4 months long. And while in the academy, again, they are City of Flint employees. They make them $12 an hour, but that's it. So that program does help them very, very much. And, it kind of hits home because a young man came to my office about 2 weeks ago, and he was inquiring about the academy and, applying to be a police officer. And I think he probably would have been a really good police officer. And he says, yeah, but I can't really survive on $12 an hour for that amount of months. So it will be nice sometime in the future if we could see, an increase in, the wages while the recruits are in the academy.
Now, when they graduate from the academy, council did pass $500,000 to assist in receiving the bonus. Is that when they get the bonus, once they graduate the academy?
I can't answer that question because I don't know how the funds are going to be distributed. I don't have the answer to that. That's probably something that the chief could probably answer that question.
Chief Green? He's shaking his head, yes. So once they graduate from the academy, so the officers get how much?
The new officers get $5,000 bonus, and the lateral transfer officers get $7,500.
So if $5,000, if it's a new officer coming out of the academy, if it's a lateral officer coming out, they get $7,500, but they're already certified, correct?
That's correct.
So they don't have to go through the academy, so the city is saving money not having to send them through the academy because they already have their certification.
That is correct.
Okay, and so Michigan Works, you stated, picks up the tab for books, uniforms, and they pay for the academy.
That's correct.
So that is saving the city money. How long will this program last with Michigan Works? Do we know?
Well, it's been renewed for the last 2 years, and I talked to Ms. DiAgostino earlier today, and she said that she didn't think it would be going away anytime soon because it's so successful. And also, there are increases, in the funding. Like the first time, from the very first time we participated in the program, there was an increase in the next go-around, I think about $500 or something like that for the students.
So in this, with you doing the hiring, is it difficult to attract new people who want to be officers? Is it difficult?
Well, that moves on to some more of my notes here, because when I got this notice, I started writing notes. Yes, as far as like the recruitment efforts, it does prove difficult nowadays, because it's just difficult all over. To like recruit and hire, good quality officers. And part of my recruitment efforts is I visit the academy, the LERTA Academy, on several occasions. Number one, to check in on, our recruits to see how they're doing and progressing, and also to see, to do presentations for like the pre-service people. And what pre-service means are people that may be putting themselves through an academy, but they don't have a job yet. And that did prove successful in the last academy, because I went and did a presentation, and the next day we had 2 of the pre-service people applied, and they are currently Flint police officers right now. So I also visited Oakland Community College, their police academy, did a presentation there. And when I do the presentations, I actually do a PowerPoint that was put together by Detective Booth's office, and it's a really good PowerPoint that shows like, what our duties are, opportunities are, the different divisions you can work in, what the benefits are, and things like that. So I also participate in like job fairs and career expos, and like some high school events circulating around, like career days and things like that. And when I participate in those, I actually have a really nice display table with like literature. And I did bring some literature for the council. I'll just pass it out to you guys when I'm done here, if that's okay. And I do presentations at the job fairs and career expos, which is actually how my next point came into play, where I have, I'm right now through networking at the career expos, I'm finalizing a police apprenticeship program. And the final stages now, I just have to submit a job description, and the program should be up and running. The start date for that program would be May 12th. Yeah, May 12th is when the kickoff for the event is, and I'll be going there as a guest speaker for that event kickoff. And in this police apprenticeship program, it's for adults between the ages of 18 and 24. And prior to coming to the police department to work in the apprenticeship program, they have to complete a 2-week program with Michigan Works. And within that 2 weeks, the participants will receive a certification in CPR and first aid through the American Red Cross, Serve Safe certified for food handling. They have financial literacy classes that'll teach them how to like manage banking accounts and debit cards and things like that. And They will also complete a cover letter and resume, and at the completion, they'll receive a $100 bonus and a free Chromebook computer. So after the completion of this program, the participants will come to the police department and work for 90 days and rotate through different divisions of the police department. And in those 90 days, they will actually be getting paid a base officer's wage through Michigan Works of $19.43 an hour.
Now, is this a new program?
Yes, it is. This is something
Okay.
this will be the
So they won't get
starter
the
for it.
$12, they'll get 19.
They'll get a base officer's wage, which is $19.43 once you graduate the academy. That's the base officer's wage. So Michigan Works is going to pay that for 90 days for those participants. And during that program, they'll do things like they'll do ride-alongs, like with the officers, and also shadow like a detective, you know, for our rotation, and then they'll shadow somebody in our IB division, which is a civilian division also. And I think it's a great program because I think it would show interest, spark interest in some of our young people in our community to likely take on a career in law enforcement or as a law enforcement support service, which will be good for us too. And also the participants will sign and adhere to our intern ride-along policy, and they will be while patrolling with the officers in a cruiser, and will be provided with protective body armor. And right now, I mean, they asked for a number of people, and I said, well, probably right now at the most 5, because I have to take in consideration that we do have 5 new police officers, certified police officers that we have to train, and I don't want to deplete our ranks to, you know, to where we just don't have enough people to train. So I may have more information on that after May the 12th, and if prior to any questions, I'd like to just pass you guys out the flyer that we had generated.
Thank you, Lieutenant Dixon. And Chief, real quick, what percentage of your staff is eligible for retirement?
Before July 1, 9 sworn personnel can retire. This July, 9.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I apologize.
9.
9?
9 officers can retire
So,
before
as of July
are
1st?
eligible. Not saying they are, but they are eligible.
That they are eligible for retirement?
Yes.
Okay. Which you need every single officer that you have.
That's
And I really like the recruitment program because it looks like you're doing some innovative things, reaching out, working with other partnerships with Michigan Works, trying some things that we haven't used before. And I like that. I think, like, bravo, job well done. I'd like to continue seeing that. Also, that it's not, you know, the city doesn't have to pay for this. If we're looking at they're paying for a portion of it, that's even better. And it's
Well, you asked it right. It depends on how long that's going to last. So
yeah, I hope we can, you know, whatever we need to do to, you know, help it last, because that makes a big difference. And if we're not having to pay for their training, I like the fact that the city's getting that savings, getting them here to stay. I think the retention has been the real big issue, and that's been one of my more serious concerns, because I hate to see when they come here, they get all the great training because all the things that happens in the city of Flint, and then they're well prepared to go work any and everywhere else. I'll conclude that with my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Thank you. Chief Green, I'm going to keep it brief just so that we can get back on schedule here, hopefully. I think we're losing our city, and I say that because you drive down any road and there's people speeding. I drove down Fenton Road today, and a four-wheeler was going in and out of traffic for a mile from Hemphill all the way down to Atherton. There's complete reckless abandon in our streets, and there's shootings almost nightly, it feels like, that I hear gunshots. I'm sure my other colleagues feel the same way. And I look forward to whatever proposal you're bringing to add more police officers. I anticipate that daily as to when we can come up with a solution for this community that they've been dying for the past year. We've had this ARPA money for a year now, and we've basically spent $0 on the police, and it's disappointing. Do we have any kind of policy? I know I've been reading a lot into broken windows. And if we curtail the small things before they get big, then that obviously stops the big things from happening. Are you familiar, obviously you're familiar with the broken windows policy.
Yes.
Have we tried that? Are you against that? Tell me the ins and outs of why we aren't doing stuff to curtail the small stuff. And I'm going to say the small stuff being speeding and blight, because I believe blight breeds crime. And I'm going to say this aloud, and I've said it before, until we hold our NSO officers accountable and actually get stuff done in the field and in the residents, in the neighborhoods, crime is going to continue. So, not to go off topic, but can you tell me your thoughts on broken windows policing?
I believe in that concept. I believe stopping vehicles without registration plates is very effective. Enforcing the crimes, the quality of life crimes, is just as important as the major crimes. But if you focus on the minor crimes, I think it will bring more visibility to the police department. It will send a message, number one. But I think it's very effective, and officers out there doing that during their unobligated time. The issue is we got to increase our staffing levels to increase officers' unobligated time, meaning they have time to patrol around and get involved in that broken window theory and do those type of crimes, invest in those type of crimes.
So, in your proposal, if we go down that route, how do we set goals and have because every day I see people without license plates. I mean, that's you drive down the street. So, how do we? I see people without license plates. I see people on four-wheelers. I see in my neighborhood. I see people with dirt bikes. I don't see any police though. So, when are you going to come forth with a proposal? You are the professional. When are you going to come forth with a proposal that this body can chew on to help you out? Because we've been waiting, I've been waiting, the community has been waiting ever since this ARPA dollars. We have ARPA dollars collecting no interest because interest rates are horrible. Let's spend that. And I don't care about, trying to scale that money or leverage it or whatever else. People are dying in the community. We need boots on the ground. When is that proposal coming?
Well, currently I've been meeting with Ernst & Young specifically regarding public safety programs. They're preparing our budget, ensuring that our programs are compliant with the ARPA dollars. I've been told they are. None of the programs have been rejected. So they're putting the figures together as we speak. We met last week. So
by the next 30 days, we're going to have a proposal?
Hopefully before then.
That's good to hear, and I hope that comes to truth, because I don't know how long this community can survive. We're literally dying, we're dying by a million cuts of torture. It's a small cut every day. We're just digging in and digging in and digging in. We got to fix it. And we're up here talking about it. We got to put action to it. I think we're all done talking about it.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during the special order?
Madam Chair, could you speak up? I can hardly hear what you're saying.
Mr. Mays, I asked if there was anybody else who wished to speak during this.
Beg your pardon?
As I was saying, I asked to see if there was anybody else who wishes to speak during the special order.
Yeah, it gets bad when you have to strain to hit a chair. If nobody else is wanting to speak, I would rather speak, but I'll wait to see. But you got to speak up for me to understand what you're saying.
Point of information.
What's your point?
So, Mr. Mays, did you know that you can obtain some earbuds because we have a dead spot in the room that'll help out with the volume?
Is that point of information to me? If it is, Miss Liddell Lewis, I wouldn't care about an ear snug, an ear bug, or an ear tug. I got regular ears. Did you know I want her to speak up a little more?
Okay, well, I'm going to speak during the special order because I have a couple of questions as well. Chief, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. So I understand that there is a number of police departments who, when they pay their way for police officers to go through LERTA, that they sign a 5-year contingency for their contract, where that officer would designate 5 years of their service following police academy to the department that paid their way. Does the Flint Police Department do that?
Yes, we do.
Is it 5 years or is it a different number?
I'm not sure. I think it's 3 years. Five.
It's 5 years?
Yes.
Is that a legally binding document or can there be lateral transfers in that point?
Pardon me?
Is that a legally binding document or can there be lateral transfers at that point?
It's a legally binding document.
Okay. My next question is, what is the number one crime in the city as a whole for the past year? We have the April stats, but I'd be interested to know what that is for 2021.
Assaults.
So what kind of preventative measures are we doing to help make sure that assaults do not happen in our community?
Come on.
They are assaults for 21 as well as 22, but the majority of those are domestic-related assaults. So it's husband, wife, girlfriend, boyfriend, past girlfriend, boyfriend, those types of relationships. So if we had 600 police officers, that majority, which are the majority of those assaults, it wouldn't change that number.
What do you mean it wouldn't change it? I just wanted to know what the number one was. Or my question is, what are the preventative measures that Flint Police Department has in place to prevent domestic violence?
Well, to prevent domestic violence?
You said that it was assaults, predominantly domestic violence. Is that correct?
Correct. Majority of the assaults, which is the number one crime, which is what you asked, I'm saying that they're domestic violence related. So they're
Right.
crimes that are happening inside households. So the number of officers doesn't have a direct impact on that.
So what I'm hearing you say is that even if we have more officers on the streets, there probably will not be an impact in the number of domestic violence assaults that happen in our community?
Correct.
So why are we asking for more police officers?
Well, because there are other types of crimes. You asked me for the number one crime. So there are other types of crimes.
What are those other types of crimes? What's
Well,
crime number 2 and crime number 3?
You have aggravated felonious assaults. You, of course, have shootings. You have speeding. You have blight. You have a million other different types of crimes.
So are these new requested officers going to be targeted to those specific categories? For
Well, I don't-
example, are we going to have a dedicated traffic unit?
Well, we do have a dedicated traffic unit at this time, and we have a traffic unit that has been conducting operations, specialized enforcement operations in many of the areas throughout the city of Flint and your ward and other wards as well that have been doing some great work, and we can produce numbers on that also. But we do have a traffic division that responds to traffic crashes, violent crashes, crashes where injury or death is involved, and also that does those specialized traffic enforcement initiatives that I'm speaking of.
So are there any officers on duty at any given time who are simply checking for speeders or pulling over people without plates?
So all officers have the ability to, of course, stop a
Right, I
speeding
understand
car.
that.
And also, as well as traffic division, who typically handles more traffic-related offenses, as well as answering 911 radio calls. If so, priority one calls are on the board or going out, then that takes away from their unobligated time to just go and do traffic enforcement. And that applies to the traffic division as well.
So at any given time, how many officers on a shift are dedicated to just doing traffic enforcement?
I think that those are answers that we probably should provide to you, not at this time.
When can you get us those answers?
Oh, I have those answers, but I think that.
You would prefer that they'd be kept private?
Exactly.
Okay.
For also the safety of personnel as well as safeties of the citizens of Flint.
Okay, and then, so in regards to the violence interrupters, is there going to be a partnership with the existing peacekeepers in the community about that? Can you explain a little bit more? You mentioned that it was a program out of Maryland and that's what it's based off of, but are we going to work with the people in community who are already doing things like that?
That's the plan. That's the program, yes.
Okay. Do you have, I guess, a timeline as to when that's going to roll out?
Well, that has to be clear with once we present the resolutions for the ARPA dollar funding, we'll have a better answer for that. But
Are the officers or the squad going to be paid entirely out of ARPA?
this program is totally funded by ARPA. That's
How
correct.
are we going to sustain that when ARPA funding is done and gone? What's the sustainability plan for that?
Well, currently, the sustainability is, this is a program that lasts 2 years. So we're starting with the 2-year program, and we'll evaluate it, and based on its success, then we'll determine the sustainability of it. We're going to continue it. We want to evaluate it to see if it has deterred gun violence specifically, and we'll be looking at that 2 years down the road.
So we're going to wait till the program, just so I'm clear, so we're going to wait until that program is done to evaluate it, to see if we want to keep it going?
No, we wait until a program is done. We'll be evaluating the program as it is occurring. This is a brand-new program, and the funding will hopefully last 2 years.
So again, let's say that we get to the end of that 2 years, and we turned out that's really great, we want to keep it going, how are we going to sustain that funding?
Then we'll be coming seeking additional funding,
From,
like any other program.
I understand that, but we also have to face reality that ARPA's not going to necessarily be there for all of us to fall back on.
We're
So
fully
what's-
aware. We're fully aware of that. That's why this program was selected based on ARPA dollars. The compliancy firm, Ernst & Young, has indicated to me that this program is compliant with those ARPA dollars.
And I'm not saying that it's not, I'm just saying, how are we going to sustain that? Because let's say we have a really great 2 years in the city, crime-related, crime-wise, and then we can't keep it going for year 3, 4, 5, whatever. I'm just really concerned about the sustainability of that and how we're going to be able to keep the prevention efforts up if we are entirely reliant on ARPA.
We would have to seek funding, additional funding. That's how programs work.
Yes, I'm very aware, thank you. Is there anyone else who has any questions? Ms. Priestley?
Hi, Chief Green. Pretty much everybody's been answering all the questions that I've had. But these NSO stats, I love my NSO officer, although I've heard that she's now no longer with us in my ward. Fourth Ward stats, total citations, 395. Wards 1 and 2, total citations, 202. My stats are almost double what Ward and 2 combined are. Why?
Oh, I can't answer that question. They is based on the Fourth Ward. There's a lot of issues as far as blight in the Fourth Ward.
Well, so is 1 and 2.
Well,
I mean, and most of these are, Ward 4 had 149 vehicle citations. Ward 1 and 2 combined had 130. Trash citations, yes, I had 71 with 2 in Ward 1 and 2. What's wrong with this picture?
go ahead.
And then the administrative citations, I have 100 more than what combined.
Detective
1 and
Booth can
2.
give you the data on that. He keeps the stats.
I know, sorry. So what you're looking at are 3 different documents. So since the last meeting when we were here, speaking before council at the first budget hearing, council requested more be done with NSOs and for more accountability. Because of the issues and the complaints that were brought to our attention on that day, the chief initiated a program to have NSOs go to specific neighborhoods and do a no-tolerance sweep in each ward to come back and report those numbers to council. So the first NSO month or NSO initiative stat for April 27th as well as May 4th are some of those numbers. So the very first operation was April 27th in Ward 1 and 2. This was the first one. We want individual ward numbers. They lumped them together. We want individual ward numbers, but we wanted to present to you the information based on what they did on the 27th. So that 130 was for that first time. Then on the second initiative was May 4th. They did just Ward 4, and then you'll see those Ward 4 numbers.
Point of information.
So each week you'll see.
Excuse me, what's your point?
Through you to the speaker, I don't have any stats for the 3rd ward.
Correct. The lieutenant told me that, and I do have some other information. I didn't want to just walk up to the seat, but we do have that for you. So and then the April stats, that's just April altogether. So I just wanted to make sure you.
Yeah, I'm looking at
Yeah.
427 and 54 for
Yep.
4th Ward.
And those are the specialized enforcements where it's just one day in a particular area that we go and cite 0 tolerance for anything that's wrong. So that's just one initiative. And then the NSOs obviously are in the areas every day. Those stats are different. But this is for just a specialized initiative to target 0 tolerance in your particular area.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that, but I just wonder why my stats for Ward 4 are almost twice as much as what Ward 1 and 2 are. Because I think that we have the same type of a situation throughout Wards 1 and 2 and Ward 4 and Ward 3. Of course, we don't have those data yet. But this is just something I just see in kind of an unequal, not that I'm complaining that my ward has more citations. If they deserve it, they should get it. But same with Ward 1 and 2, and that's where that's my point, is that there's so many more citations for my single ward versus the combination of Ward 1 and 2. And I think that they should be, I do find that to be problematic. I think Wards 1 and 2 should have more citations to combine than Ward 4. So that's something that I'm looking at and I'm going to be watching very carefully because
Point of
I love
information.
this, but I don't like that.
What's your point?
Through you to the speaker, why do you believe Ward 1 should just have more than you?
Mr. Mays, I will take the advantage to answer that. It's Wards 1 and 2 combined are almost half of what Ward 4 by itself is. Knowing the situation in your ward and Dr. Lewis's ward and my ward, they should at least be equal in order to be comparative. If not, 1st and 2nd wards should have more than what the 4th ward by itself should be.
Ms. Priestley, are you finished?
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess I need to direct my question to Officer Booth. Officer Booth, I did not get a NSO monthly stat for the 5th ward. Do you have one?
The special initiative?
Special initiative and any other initiative.
So we have not conducted a specialized initiative in your ward yet. We just started that on the 27th, so you're coming up. And
Okay.
once that's completed, you'll get emailed information on
Okay.
the outcome of that operation.
Because there are, I mean, the Fifth Ward, we have some issues. And we really need, you know what? One of the things that I wish, and I think is problematic, that we cannot directly talk to our NSOs. You know, your NSO, each ward's NSO they should be my right hand, okay? I should be able to call my NSO and say, hey, I got an issue over on such and such street. It's a blight issue over there. Can you go over and check it out? I got cars parked on empty lots in the Fifth Ward. Can you go over and check it out? We should be able to directly communicate with our NSO. And that's a problem. I mean, you know, we need to, one of the big problems in this city is that we're not enforcing our ordinances, especially the blight ordinances. We talk about blight, but it's not being enforced. So that's one thing I would like to see happen, that we are allowed to directly communicate with our NSOs. And I shouldn't drive throughout the Fifth Ward and see NSOs parked in the back, on back roads throughout the city, just sitting there, talking on the phone. I've seen that happen. So, yeah, the NSOs need to be a little more accountable, and they need to get on it.
Yeah, since the last meeting, Madam Council, we have made some changes in terms of the NSOs and are doing things to make them more accountable. I think one of the things was to make sure that the information, because information was being passed, but sometimes it makes it easy when administration doesn't know about the information or request, that one could say, well, I didn't know, I didn't get it. So to streamline that and make sure the direction was coming from administration straight to them as an order, that was something that was put in place. So we just want to make sure that your requests, and if we get them, then we're held accountable, but we can also make sure that those who are out there doing the work are held accountable as well.
So, through you, Madam Chair, to Officer Booth, Sergeant Booth. So who do they send the information to as far as the administration? Who does it go to?
Well, typically it goes to our traffic division, which is led by Lieutenant Rob Frost, and then NSO supervisor, which is Sergeant Reed.
Okay. So why doesn't it just go straight to Sergeant Reed?
Well, the police department is a paramilitary organization. It's run by command structure, and orders come from the top down, and it's important that the lieutenant of the division is aware of what's going on as well as the sergeant inside the division.
Okay. Okay. And so will we get these reports monthly?
Yes, whenever there's a specialized initiative in your ward, you'll receive information about the outcome of that initiative.
Okay. Now, but as far as outside of the specialized initiatives and the daily work of the NSOs, is there some type of report that they do?
Yes, so the NSOs keeps a great documentation in terms of what their daily responsibilities are, as well as photographs of the things that they're citing for court purposes. So they do keep detailed daily account of their activity.
Okay. Okay.
And we can push out reports on a monthly basis in terms of total numbers for the entire unit, and then as you see as well, you don't because you haven't done a specialized initiative, but for your ward as well. But your NSO, we have stats on each individual NSO.
Okay, I would like a monthly report, if that's possible, but we'll talk about that. All right. Well, I'll look forward to getting that information on the Fifth Ward, because like I said, there's several problems in the Fifth Ward. I'm one that drive my ward. I drive it every day. I drive through the Second Ward every day because I go to work in the Second Ward. I'm over in the Fourth Ward, the Third Ward. I'm almost in every ward. So, I mean, we really need to crack down on making sure that the blight ordinances and every other ordinance in this city, the ordinances are enforced.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I pass this to council?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
Well, Madam Chair, let me say this. I know this special order, I figured it could go long. You know, General Motors used to be in Flint. We had over 80,000 workers. When I come out of high school, I was working at Swartz Creek Golf Course, walked from Swartz Creek Golf Course. Within 2 days, I was working at General Motors. Worked for over 30 years, bringing home $1,400, $1,800, $2,100. I stayed in there 1 week just to see how much I could bring home. And it was about 4,000 and some after taxes, had grossed 6,000. My point in saying that is that an idle mind is the devil's workshop. Now, you can believe it if you want, but crime is directly related to a lack of jobs, poverty, and opportunity. When I listen to my colleagues who control millions of dollars, I say, maybe they'll catch on. Maybe they'll learn. Because when you control millions of dollars in a small community this size, whether you put them into economic development opportunities, crime, or blight, you got control. But you ain't got control as an individual. You got control when you get 5 people to get on the same page, 5 or 6, and vote and allocate money. It kind of gets under my skin when I hear the leadership of this city, and that's council, keep asking, what do we need to do? What do you want us to do? And then I hear the police chief respond, we're meeting with Ernst & Young. We're going to bring you a proposal. That money been sitting there since May of last year. I know how the city works. I know the politics of the city. The mayor appoints the chief, and the mayor is politicking with that money. See, it's an election year, and people want to bring proposals in May, June, and July to try to get reelected. It ain't no way around.
Point of order.
What's your point?
We cannot campaign from our seats, according to federal law. Thank you.
Well taken. Continue.
I'm going to continue, if I may. You can tell facts from your seat. So you got some new council folks, they think they know. Now I just purposely sits in the audience. I purposely take myself off the scene, and I listen to them talk. And I want you to notice how many interrupts each other. But when I talk facts and truth, you got all kind of Einsteins and geniuses chiming in, trying to make me look like an idiot when the Lord done blessed me with a great brain. And I'm proud of it. I'm glad from elementary to junior high to high school I was tested and I found out the Lord blessed me with a brain. I can guarantee you, we control the budget. We should be talking to Ernst & Young, and we should be allocating money into resources in our neighborhoods and in our police department and fixing stuff. We shouldn't have to wait on a politician to bust out in May, June, and July. I want to spend 10 million here, 20 million there. Oh, that's the politics. Ms. Lewis want to say it ain't a reality. Politics is a reality. But what is also as a reality is when your house gets shot up in February, December, and March. You don't want to wait on these politicians. We have a duty and a responsibility not to wait on folks. We have a duty and a responsibility to allocate money and make policy. We don't just allocate money, we can dictate policy, procedure, rules. And some of my colleagues ain't figured that out yet. See, I'm a veteran by now. I'm in my 9th year. I'm used to being on TV. I'm used to being talked about good, bad, and the ugly. But since I was born, I've been used to telling the truth. Ms. Lewis, you can believe that the truth in a political arena got something to do with politics. We allocate money politically in a political government. Chief, can you give me a hint of what y'all talking about you gonna bring forward in the future?
Well, we'll be bringing youth enrichment program.
The what?
Youth enrichment program.
Youth enrichment, what does that mean?
It's a program where the youth are mentored by returning citizens.
Youth mentors.
Youth are mentored.
Returning citizens, folks who've been
That's
to
part of it. That's part of it, yeah.
Part of it is folks who've been to the penitentiary gonna mentor some youth.
Yes.
Okay, how much is that gonna cost?
Ernst & Young is preparing our budget.
Ernst & Young need to be at the next meeting. Ernst & Young need to be here on the 12th. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Finance Chair, Ms. Burns. Can you ask Ernst & Young to be here on May 12th when we call the police back?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councilman Mays, absolutely, and I agree Ernst & Young should be here because we need to all be aware of what's going on and what can and cannot be, that they will accept to make sure we're in compliance. I will have that added to the agenda. Thank you.
Yeah, I think they should be here because, see, I'm in politics, and I know that if we have until the first Monday in June to amend budgets and allocate money to deal with public safety for one and save lives and make an impact on our community, we shouldn't wait to May, June, and July. We should do it now. In other words, if Ernst & Young and y'all are talking, Chief, and we running an honest, transparent government, let's talk about it in an open meeting. Now, I've heard some of the answers from Mr. Booth, some stuff we don't want to talk about because it tells our security measures that it might only be 6 cars on the street per shift. We'd rather tell you that behind the scenes, but I want it to be known so we can put 14 cars per shift. Let me ask you this question, Chief. Do the state police that patrols the city of Flint still do not answer 911 calls?
The City of Flint police officers are responsible for 911 calls.
The state police do not respond to 911 calls, correct?
No, they respond, they back up city officers if they're in the area, but the primary responsibility of answering 911 calls is city.
So you telling me it has changed from the years I've been on the council? I've been told that state police didn't answer 911 calls. So now in 2022, if Flint police is tied up and you dial 911, state police shows up on the 911.
That's not what I said.
Okay, well, I want to make sure that me and the people understand what's being said. Because I know that Gretchen Whitmer and the state of Michigan got a whole bunch of state police. And I know that the state police rolls around in the city of Flint. And I know that they do traffic stops. And that's good. I know that one or two of them are working the detective bureau. So that ain't what you said. Make it clear to me what's being said. State police do or do not normally answer 911 calls. I think you say they might back us up. What exactly do that mean?
That means it backs up officers. If they're in the area, they respond.
Okay. Well, I'm going to take a poll. I'm going to take a survey because our meetings is broadcast live. They on right now. I'm going to give my phone number. 810-922-4860. Now, the reason I gave my number, because if somebody call 911 and they tell them that the police is tied up on a shooting or a stabbing, I want those who call 911 to call me when the state police show up. And I want to see if in a week or two will I get calls from 10 or more people saying the state police showed up. See, I done matured in my council seat. I don't believe everything folk tell me. I don't even believe some of what they tell me about me. They told me my house was boarded up. They tell me how much my bills are. I said, these folks know more about me than me. Now they want me to get some earbuds. My position is this. I done way matured more than that in this elected council seat. I wouldn't care if I'm the councilman today, tomorrow, or the next day. It's a tough job. It's a tough job when you answer your phone. It's a tough job when they called me last night from my ward because they couldn't get a police. I should be recorded dialing 911 for them. It's a tough job when you tell council people, this ain't the right forum. Special affairs scheduled from 4:30 to 5:30. This should be in a committee meeting. This should be governmental operations. This should be a special meeting just for the police. What was really accomplished here? Waiting on the police, waiting for the mayor to get with the police and politic and try to spend some millions. What should be accomplished here is in the next week or two, the city council, this council, when I bring a resolution or somebody on this council bring a resolution to fund programs in the police department and make it more effective, it should get 8, 9 yes votes. It should get 8, 9 yes votes. So I want the public to watch. I want all of these geniuses who telling me that I need earbuds and things of that nature. I want to see what they do. I want to see if they put their money where their mouth at. But what happens is when you got somebody with some sense trying to tell them how to fund stuff and save lives, they bucking against it. I don't want to listen to that. Why did he have to say it? We'll wait till this person say it. And it's killing us as a community. It's killing us as a community because we're killing the messenger on things that we should be able to do. It's killing us as a community because some of my colleagues don't know the power and the authority that they have to fix stuff. Chief, is this conversation with Ernst & Young going to fund civilians or personnel to get that backlog of 8,000 complaints down, which now includes hers? Have there been conversation about that?
No, we haven't, but I believe Lieutenant Dixon mentioned the apprenticeship program.
That apprenticeship program, Chief, picture this. If I got over 8,000 complaints backlogged in my department where citizens is telling on folks, I told on Murdoch. She telling on somebody because she says she got plenty of information. Now, I don't know her case, but I do know my case. I do know my case. I've been arrested in front of you out of my council seat on foolishness here. See, we pick and choose who we want to put the cuffs on. I found that to be true. Chief, how good is the prosecutor's office working with the police department?
We have a close relationship with the Genesee County Prosecuting Attorney.
I wonder if this council would call the prosecutor over, because that's where I seen the problem. I seen the state police do an investigation, told the prosecutor to issue a warrant, requested it, and it laid there for 1 month. It laid there for 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, and it's still there. And then I seen a similar case with the school board, and the prosecutor didn't sign, but then this officer, this lawyer signed, because our law office is the prosecutor for misdemeanors. And when the Genesee County prosecutor don't sign the warrant request and issue it, we can turn to the city attorney who can sign for misdemeanors. And I see a different treatment from black cases with black on black crime versus when it's white and black. You want me to say it again? I see a different treatment when the case is a white and a black versus when it's black on black. I see a different treatment. I see it in my case. I've seen it in the school board case. I see a different treatment.
The school board case, that's not true. And let me clarify this. Your case with Murdoch was a City of Flint employee. There's a conflict of interest. The city attorney was wise to have the Genesee County Prosecuting Attorney investigate that complaint. The school board incident, there was no conflict. Neither one of them were the city employee. The reason why the city attorney handled that case, because it did not reach the threshold of an aggravated assault. It was a simple assault. But to be transparent, I did have the Genesee County Prosecuting Attorney review it to make sure it didn't reach the threshold of an aggravated assault, which would have been a felony. He concurred with me. It was a simple assault. That's why the city attorney handled that case. Had nothing to do with race. It had to do with process.
Let me say, I'm glad you spoke up, because there might be some differences. But now you talked about it, let's talk about the similarities. The similarities is this. Both of them went to the prosecutor across the street. One came back for the misdemeanor, and the other one is still laying out there.
It's not true.
It is true.
He reviewed the misdemeanor case. He said it was a misdemeanor, returned it to the city attorney. The city attorney filed the simple assault and disorderly conduct.
That's on the school board case.
That's correct.
On the Mays case, you ain't even got a misdemeanor prosecution. Oh, it's a fact that the state police investigated, and it's a fact that the state police detective asked Mr. Layton to issue a warrant. The difference that I'm highlighting is this city attorney or this city didn't even pick up the misdemeanor. Now,
Because it's
that's a
conflict-
difference.
It was a conflict of.
It ain't a conflict of interest
Mr.
to
Mays.
prosecute somebody in the city of
Mr.
Flint.
Mays.
Point of order.
What's your point, Mr. Murphy?
The order was to do a special order to talk
Right.
about crime. Now we are getting into his personal situation with him in the club with
Right.
another
Well-
employee
well
that
taken-
has
well taken,
nothing to
Mr.
do
Murphy.
with
Well-
why we did a special order. We need to get back to the
Well
business
taken,
of the city
Mr.
of
Murphy.
Flint.
As I was going to say, right as you called the point of order, this special order is in regards to the city of Flint as a whole, not specific cases. And it is also,
Individual-
excuse me, Mr. Mays, and it is also 7 o'clock, so if you could please wrap up your comments so that we may continue with the business of the city.
Individual crimes, whether they high-profile folk like myself, or whether it's Pookie and Ray Ray, who don't nobody know Pookie and Ray Ray. The point is, we got problems in the prosecutor's office, and we got problems in this city attorney's office. So in other words, Chief, you saying, because our city attorney's office handle misdemeanors, it's a conflict of interest to prosecute a misdemeanor when a city official or somebody high profile is attacked? That's ludicrous. I've never heard of that in my life. It ain't a conflict of interest. When these prosecutors in the city take an oath of office to prosecute misdemeanors, why it ain't a conflict to lock my black butt up? If it's a conflict to prosecute another officer of the city for assaulting one, then I should never be locked up. It should be a conflict of interest. They shouldn't even take my case. That's ludicrous. I ain't buying it, and I'm surprised you would even think that. That's ridiculous. It's not a conflict of interest. What do? Ship it out to Livonia for the Livonia prosecutor to prosecute misdemeanors? See, the little crimes turn into the big crimes. That's my point. The little crimes turn into the big crimes. When you don't prosecute folks going around assaulting folks, some of it turn into killings and shootings. So I'm an advocate of you and the city attorney, who is not just a civil city attorney, that's the chief prosecuting officer for the city of Flint. And we got to get off of this, a small crime grows into a big crime. And I got a problem with all of the little misdemeanors piled up and the lack of prosecution, because the little misdemeanors turn into big crimes. You hit grown folks and you fool around assaulting and battering grown folks and then nothing happen, it can turn into a retaliation and a shooting. So I ain't studying what Mr. Murphy talking about, and I ain't studying the ruling of Ms. Herkenroder. What I am concerned about...
Point of information
What's your point?
to you through the speaker. Do he understand I don't care?
That's an improper point of information.
What
Mr. Mayor.
I am concerned about is I get ready to quit talking, because I've gauged my talking based upon me watching the clock of other people talk. Remember, I've been accused of being the one to make the council meetings go long. Well, they need to go long if you're trying to take care of some business. But I also try to prove to folks, these folks up here talk just as long as I do. Different concerns and different points. So I ain't gonna bite my tongue, Chief. This is a tougher job when I look at it and compare it to other places that you might have worked. This is the real deal. Detroit, Chicago, Flint. This is the real deal. And people don't want to get their head cracked, turn in a complaint, and then it's a conflict of interest for us to prosecute that. Some politician like Neely or somebody else then got involved in complaints is laying there because it was his brother-in-law. It gets real, Chief. It gets real, the politics of what folk do and don't do. It gets real when folks look at white and black. It gets real when folk call me this weekend and say, why are y'all concerned about what the white council person said about calling somebody ghetto? Because the crime is in your area. I represent the largest predominantly black ward population-wise in the city of Flint. I'm going to speak up for black folks. I ain't got a patty cake like some of my colleagues. They wore it half black, half white. I can talk loud and proud for public safety for black folks. Watch this, Chief. How much do the speed bumps cost that y'all talking about y'all done ordered them, and where that money coming from?
I'm not sure how much they cost. I didn't.
You know why? Because it's politics. If you really ordered speed bumps for the city of Flint and you Mr. Neely and y'all, it's going to come before this council. If speed bumps cost $1.8 million for 2,000 of them, we should know it. We shouldn't be getting the answer. We control the purse strings. We should know how many, how much they cost, and what money coming out of account. I don't play the politic game where you put a couple on El Dorado Drive and then you get a reputation. Oh, they doing speed bumps. That's a lie. Ain't no budget came past me. Ain't no amounts came past me. I'm not going to let folks politics their way.
What's your point?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councilman Mays, he had a question. During the budget hearings, the street interim director, Rod Magaha, did state the price, and he also stated that he's only purchasing 50 at a time. And
I heard him
a
say
sample
50.
program.
I heard him say 50. You can put 50 in half of the first ward. And you still won't been in hit Pulaski, Marengo, Home Street, Barbara Drive, Sally Court. That's why I know it's politics. You can't announce a speed bump program and say we ordered 50. That means you fooling people. My phone ringing. Mays, when you gonna get us some speed bumps? They lying, they ain't got but 50. I know politics. That's why, Mr. Murphy, be careful when you play games with me. I'm dead serious about my politics. I'm dead serious about
Mr. Mays, please remember your decorum and.
I'm just saying.
Decorum? Remember your decorum. When you show out in front of all these black folks and white and tell me I can't exercise 2 minutes to respond,
Mr.
remember,
Mays,
look at your decorum.
What's your point, Mr. Murphy?
His opinion of me has nothing to do with this special order that we is here talking about. And here we is, 4:30, is special affairs. We ain't even started special affairs. We ain't started the city council meeting. And here we is letting him go on and on talking about what he think about Councilman Murphy.
Well taken,
when this special order is
Mr.
about
Murphy.
the police chief coming here.
Mr. Murphy, well taken. Mr. Mays, I have asked you to wrap up so we can end this special order.
Let me say this to you and Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy and Ms. Herkenroder. When the brothers speak, treat him the same as you treat Ms. Burns and other folks. We listen, we looked at the clock, didn't nobody say nothing. Mr. Murphy, when I was talking about a particular crime, and the chief said a conflict of interest, you tried to act like that crime was unimportant, and you said something. So I'm a pretty sharp guy. I watch stuff. I watch how other folk talk and how other folk listen. I look at what I say and how people talk in response. Ms. Herkenroder, you're the one that rubbed me the wrong way when you treated me differently when I tried to respond to the public speakers. Jaleel, I'm watching as it relates to peacekeepers, programs they doing with the nation, and so forth and so on. I'm going to urge folks to be careful out there. These are real guns, real bad folks, and some of them need to be taken off the street with real resources being put into our public safety department. Public safety is number one. A bunch of this stuff, as you see up here, is politics and foolishness and cheap. I hope by the 12th is Thursday, I hope that you bring at least 2 resolutions for amendment. I hope that this council, when I draw up 4, that they pass at least 2. And we're going to see. But anybody sitting up here who tell you they ain't in politics, and anybody downstairs who tell you they ain't in politics, and if you stand there as a chief and you tell me that your political appointment don't mean something, I'm going to say folks is living in a fantasy world. This is a political arena. It's a multi-million-dollar municipality. We have a duty and a responsibility to try to make a better quality of life. Public safety is number one. It might not make sense at first, but you just keep listening and watching me. I'm going to advocate from this seat, in spite of all the nonsense, what I think should happen budgetary-wise as it relates to fixing that police department. And I'm praying silently, ma'am, that they pay attention to your case and others just like they do or didn't do or should do with mine. God bless us as a city. We'll keep the faith. We'll continue to pray. We won't lean to our own understanding. But I tell you what, I will die, be talked about, locked up before I let people just tell me how to talk, how to advocate, and how to act. It won't happen. Chief, is there anything you want to say to me or this public? You're welcome. Y'all leave me alone. Stay off my back. Keep your knee off my neck. Thank you.
Thank you. This special order is now closed. That
Madam
moves us
Chair?
down. Yes.
I would like, Councilman Mays did speak
Madam
twice.
Chair.
I would like to say a last few things while Chief.
Point of order.
What's your point?
I never spoke.
Dr. Lewis, would you like to speak?
Point of information, Madam Chair. Can I be excused?
Yes. That's not a proper point of information, but yes, you may be excused. We'll go to Dr. Lewis, and then we'll go to Councilwoman Burns.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And then after Councilwoman Burns, we will be done with this special order so we can proceed with the business of the city. Dr. Lewis?
Thank you so much. Through you, Madam Chair, I believe it's going to be to Sergeant Booth. I want to make sure that's correct. Sergeant Booth? Thank you. So I've been reaching out to get an NSO to, or just one of the superiors to respond to our neighborhood meeting that we have. I've been waiting for, I'll say, like over 3 weeks, haven't heard a response or anything. So it kind of gives me the insinuating that they're untouchable. So please, are you all against allowing them or the leadership to respond and attend public meetings?
Absolutely not. In fact, that's exactly what the chief wants them to do. If you would please send me the information, I'll make sure that it gets to the lieutenant in that division, and we'll get someone there.
Okay, thank you so much. And so I heard that you were doing ward sweeps. So how do we obtain a list of things that you're looking for during the ward sweeps?
I can get you that. I'll send it to you by email tomorrow morning.
Okay, great. And then my other question is, I see on this sheet how it says MDOP. What does that stand for?
Malicious destruction of property. Property crimes.
Okay. And what about UDDA?
Unlawfully driving away an automobile. Stolen cars.
Stolen car?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Burns.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief, I hate to keep getting you back up, and it'll be short. The Violence Interrupter Program, please know that I do support that. We have to get started. I'm not concerned with 2 years down the road right now so we can get a grant or we can go to our philanthropic donors. I want us to get started. And we have to get started doing something. And I've seen that program Funding is important, but if we can fund it for 2 years, even if we had it for 6 months, during the hot months, where your peak is generally spring to summer, where it's the highest peak on a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We have to do something. I get it, and I understand with Councilman Mays, when he talks about getting the prosecutor. We have a problem, and we do need, I don't know how, I'll speak with our city attorney in regards to violent offenders who are released on tether, and they're cutting the tethers off. And they are released back into the system or back into the streets, just like the gentleman, the guy who ended up paralyzing 11-year-old girl. Those people do not need to be on tethers. Some people have no business on a tether, period. Now there's an 11-year-old girl who is paralyzed. She can't walk. She didn't begin life, and her life was basically taken. So when we talk about the things that need to be done, right now, we don't have a solution from beginning to end. We just don't. But we need to get started at the beginning. We know that violent crimes and crime affect minorities, black people. It just affects us more. It's just a reality that in our neighborhoods, we have more gunshots, homicides, shootings, domestic violence. We have that. So we need to get started. And so I look forward to you coming back with a full plan to address it, to make sure that we can do something that's going to cause a big change in our community. And we have got to get this problem solved. Because I don't like getting calls, and I know you don't always like hearing from me, but that you do take my calls majority of the time, and I appreciate that. But I want to make sure, I don't want to call you. I want to be able to have crime down so that I don't have to make that call, because I don't like calling. I don't like calling 911 being put on hold. That is, I think it takes you feel hopeless when you call 911 and you don't get a response. Hopeless in a city where crime is high. Hopeless where there are no jobs. Hopeless when we need is a council to come together to understand how important that this is. I have talked to you at length, but we have to do something, because the people who are being killed, shot, stabbed, or whatever, a lot of it affects people of color. And it's not okay. These crimes simply do not happen in more affluent communities. They just don't. So we need to do something, and I've already sent my email. Councilman Mays is around here maybe someplace, to make sure that his request to have Ernst & Young, so that we can do it, to work with you to make sure your programs are getting funded. Because the police department, you have all the good and well intentions that there is. Without money and 5 votes, which every ward in here has had a shooting, it should be 9. There should be 9 votes to help you with this, because every ward has issues, shootings, speeding, they all do, and it's enforcement. I'm not asking for, and I get, we have people say to defund the police. We don't have enough police to enforce the basics, if there was a crime being committed, to have people arrested. We need to get the basics up before we try to figure out how not to give the police department what they need. We are several officers off from getting what we need just to handle the basic. A traffic ticket. Matter of fact, I'm going to take back a traffic report. Your department is understaffed. It just simply is. Now, you often say, well, call me, because if I need to get a traffic, I should not have to call the chief for a traffic report because you're understaffed. I should not. So when we talk about the basic things, you don't have enough people to do the basics. And every person, wards 1 through 9, should be supporting the police department and their efforts. I can't see anything else more important than life. And this, to me, depends on life. Thank you, Chief Green.
Yep.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. This special order is now closed. Thank you, Chief.
Yep.
Thank you, I can't remember your title, Mr. Dixon, Officer Dixon. Thank you, Sergeant Detective Booth. That moves us along to resolutions. The chair will entertain a motion to send resolution 220181 to council.
Madam President.
Turn on your mic, Mr. Murphy.
Is it on?
I couldn't hear. I heard you, but I didn't hear it through the speaker.
I would like to move Resolution 220181, 220182, 220183 to council with any separation.
I do believe, Mr. Murphy, that motion is not in order because we have to do the resolutions, then the appointments.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, let me move Resolution 220181 to council.
Okay. There's a motion to send Resolution 220181 to council. Is there support?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I'll support that motion.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Hearing none, that takes us to the vote on the motion to send Resolution 220181 to council. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
See, Mr. Mays is not here.
He's not here for the vote.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no to move to council.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no to send to council. That is approved. That brings us down to appointments. The chair will entertain a motion to send appointment 220182 and 220183 to council.
Madam President?
Madam Chair, yes, Mr. Murphy.
Yeah, excuse me. I would like to move Resolution 220182 and 220183 to council.
It's been moved. Is there any support?
Madam Chair,
Dr. Lewis?
I support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Hearing multiple, I believe I heard Mr. Pfeiffer and then Mr. Murphy.
Okay.
Yeah, I won't be supporting this unless we separate 183 because I believe personally, I still have the same concerns as why I voted this person not to get that position last time when it was brought up in November. So I will not be supporting it unless we separate 182.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes, I move both of these to council. We can, once we get them to council, we also can move one of them back to committee on council, but I was just moving both of these to council in order to get the meeting moving forward. We can get into detail in council on these different appointments. I still have some questions. I'm not saying I'm going to support this once it gets to council. Whether I support it or don't support it, I want to move it to council so we can move forward with this meeting. We still in special affairs, and we have not started city council meeting, and it's going on. It's 7:30 right now.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Burns?
I will not be supporting 220183. One of my major concerns with the last council is it kind of stayed there that I don't believe that this person is even a U.S. resident. So for me, I have serious concerns about that. And does it even qualify to be appointed to the Hurley Board? So I will not be supporting 220183. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Lewis, Dr. Lewis?
thank you. So through you to Attorney Kim, does U.S. citizenship, is that required for this board?
I'm not sure right now. I could probably look it up before this comes up at the regular council meeting, but off the top of my head, I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Lewis, I think the clerk wants to answer your question.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I think the clerk wants to answer your question.
Yeah, I think that on our boards and commissions, that citizenship in the U.S., as well as citizenship here in the city of Flint, would be required in most instances as well. But certainly citizenship here in the United States.
Thank you.
Is there any more discussion? Ms.
Yes.
Winfrey Carter?
Now, if I can remember or recall back, I think that was one of the questions that was asked before when this failed. Did we get that information?
Point of information.
What's your point?
The candidate herself said that she was not a U.S. citizen.
Okay, and you know what? Thank you, Councilman Pfeiffer, I do remember that. And then I believe, too, it was questions about how many members were on the Hurley Board. And I know, you have to have a certain amount of members. They have to be healthcare professionals and so on. Can we have that list as well? I would like to make a referral that we get a list of the Hurley Board members, and as well as, because I want to see if these, and I'm with you guys as far as 220183. I'm not going to vote on that. I think that needs to, it failed the last time, and I don't know why it's back on our agenda. But I'm also concerned about Ms. Fuller. I want to make sure that we have the appropriate amount of individuals on that board. Thank you, Madam.
If I could speak to regarding Ms. Fuller.
Sure.
She's the wife of Pastor Fuller, who is the pastor of Mount Calvary Baptist Church, and she's been on the board since 2008.
Okay, so she's being
She's being reappointed.
And that's fine.
Yes.
That's fine, but can we still have a list of the board members so that we'll know?
Would have to be tomorrow, if that's all right.
Okay, because I'm sure that they're going to probably want to bring another appointment to us, so we need that list to make sure that we're in compliance. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Is there any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Do you want your second round?
Just the same one. I was gonna make a substitute motion.
Okay,
but
let's finish the first round.
Okay.
And is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Okay, Dr. Lewis?
Okay, so.
I'm sorry, you've already spoken during the first round.
Oh, so we going on round two right now?
We are still in the first round. I have not yet spoken, and I do wish to speak. I just want to make sure, again, that everything is aligned with the I don't know if it's a charter or the bylaws for Hurley as well. I guess I am concerned, though, because does it outline specifically that the member must be a U.S. citizen, or does it outline specifically that they must be a U.S. legal resident, because the two are not the same? And hearing the conversation from my colleagues, I would also like to point everyone's attention to Rule 8.3, which means that we can divide the question, which is similar to a separation. So hearing that, we'll divide that question for the vote, if that's what your substitute motion was also going to be. So dividing the question means that we'll vote separately on 182, and we'll vote separately on 183. Okay? Okay? All right, is there any more discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair?
Dr. Lewis?
All right, so just wanted for clarity. So when the candidate expressed that they were not a U.S. citizen, when was that? So I guess through you to Councilman Pfeiffer. When did she express that she wasn't a citizen?
I believe she called in to when she was on the agenda last time, and that question was asked to her, and she said she was not a U.S. citizen.
Okay, so did she express that she was seeking citizenship? Because I guess my thing is, I just want to make sure that that between now and then, that she didn't obtain citizenship, so we'd be fighting a null battle. Sorry about that. So I just want to make sure that at this moment, she's currently not a citizen before we proceed as if she's not a citizen. So I just want to double check and make sure that status is still current. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there any more discussion in the second round? Mr.
Yes.
Murphy?
Also, in addition to, I support separating them. I think it was some people appointed on the Hurley Hospital Board for compelling reasons. So I want to see the list. I don't know how soon we can have that list. Is there some way we can go on a website and just look at, or can you identify, because I know in the charter, we have so many people in the city of Flint that can serve on the board, so many people that live outside of the city of Flint, and also so many medical professors on the Hurley Hospital Board. I think we have an individual, Frances Gilchrist, I think she's on there for compelling reasons. So I want to make sure that is she still on the board for compelling reasons, or are she a member of the out-county appointed person, or is she someone that live in the city of Flint, or is she in a medical reason, or because she's the president of the NAACP? Is that the reason why she on the Hurley Hospital Board? And it could be a conflict of interest with her being on the Hurley Hospital Board, because we just had a situation with a young man going into the emergency room and being allegedly being assaulted at the Hurley Hospital. So if it's some discrimination going on and we got to go to the NAACP with some Hurley Hospital, is that a conflict of interest? So I got some questions as a council on that individual being on the Hurley Hospital Board. Thank you.
Ms. Brown would like to respond to that.
If I could respond to you real quickly, there have been a number of people who have resigned from the board, including the person that this particular individual is to replace. So we're in the process of updating it, and we're going to try to update it so that we can get a list to you all by tomorrow, so that you would be able to see all the people who are on that particular board. In addition to that, Reverend Miller, Herbert Miller, who was at Metropolitan Church, also resigned, and he's been replaced. So all of that we've got to update, because that was only updated by you all, I think, about a month or so ago in terms of a replacement for him.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion in the second round? Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, and given that it's a divided question, we'll vote on 220182 first, and then we will vote on 220183. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk, for the motion to send appointment 220182 to council.
Okay, Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Hergenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Mays is not here. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no on 220182.
Vote is 7 yes and 0 no. That moves to council. For the vote on 220183, roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Hergenroder?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Mays is not here. Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
The vote is 0 yes, 7 no.
The vote is 0 yes, 7 no. That motion fails. That brings us down to ordinance discussion items. We have none. The chair will entertain a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
So moved. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported. It was supported by the 4th Ward Councilwoman. Is there a roll call, please?
Just 1 second. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Hergenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no. We are adjourned at 7:37. Let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break or so. Let's meet back up here at,
Did you say 15?
we'll round it. We'll just meet back here at 8 o'clock. Does that work for everyone?
Oh, 8 o'clock, that's a long
For lunch, for dinner? Yeah, 8 o'clock. We'll meet back here at 8 o'clock. You guys do play too much. You gotta be careful. Everybody's watching. I love the camaraderie, but we are still being professionals. council members please take their seats? It is 8:01 on Monday, May the 9th. I hereby call the meeting of the Flint City Council to order.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What's your point?
Point of order, Madam Chair. You ain't really the presiding officer. I'm the president. Until I'm removed with a public hearing under the charter, through you to the city attorney. If I try to take my rightful seat, what you gonna do, have me arrested?
Mr. Mays, there's no need to consult the city attorney. You were formally removed as the president. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
That's what I wanted on the record.
Excuse
Point
me.
of order.
Roll call, please,
Point
Madam
of
Clerk.
order.
What's your point?
I was not properly removed.
I'm sorry you think that. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays?
Present.
Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Mr. Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns? Ms. Herkenroder?
Present.
Mr. Piper?
Present.
Thank you.
Mr. Murphy, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Lewis, could you please lead us in a prayer or blessing?
Dear Almighty Creator, we thank you for allowing us to gather on this day to conduct the city business. We ask that you watch over every single resident, every elected official, and everyone that cares about the city of Flint. We ask that you be with us as we make decisions, positive decisions, to move the city forward. In your name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. Reading of the disorderly person city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from the meetings. Are there any additions or changes to the agenda? What's your point?
Can we do a moment of silence?
Yep, let's do the request for changes and additions to the agenda, and we'll do the moment of silence in that.
Okay.
Do you have a moment of silence?
Yeah, I think it'll be appropriate to do it first before we do the agenda change.
Okay,
Yeah, I would like to do a moment in silence for the young lady who died in a car accident on Pearson Road. Her last name was McGee. And also, I would like to do a moment in silence of the young lady who was in an accident that allegedly went to Hurley Hospital and was in a waiting room and passed away in the waiting room waiting to be seen.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to honor somebody with a moment of silence? Hang on, RL. Would you like to honor someone?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
My landlord, Charles Frazier. I just found out at the last council meeting from Catherine that he had passed away. Charles Frazier.
Okay.
3512 Milton Street. That's the house I was last in before I moved on Linden's.
Okay.
Where they put
Thank
Charlie
you.
Frazier.
I got it. Thank you.
And sisters Poochie and Johnny, I didn't know about it because they live in Sayran. Poochie, that's why I didn't.
Okay.
They just let me know about it.
Thank you, RL.
All right.
Thank you. Are there any other people who request a moment of silence?
Madam Chair,
Dr. Lewis.
I would like to request a moment of silence for Mr. Brian Blanding. That's Brian Blanding. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other member of council who has someone they'd wish to honor? Okay, let's go.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Can I request a moment of silence for the family of Mother Norma Dean Stanley Thompson?
Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay. Let's rise for a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you. Is there any addition or changes to the agenda?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, I would request a change to the agenda, and I would request that that change come before public hearing, and I want to read Section 1-603 of the Charter.
So for clarification purposes, you would like to read Section 1 what?
1-603 of the Flint City Charter and discuss it.
Okay. Are there any other additions or changes to the agenda? Okay. Hearing none, we'll vote on the proposed addition to the
Point
agenda.
of order, Madam Chair.
What is your
We don't go
point
straight
of
to a
order?
vote. We go discussion on the proposed agenda change
Oh,
first.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize I had said vote. I meant to say discussion.
Yeah, I've got some discussion.
Okay, what's your discussion?
You know, whether it's passed or not, you know, I've been around long enough to know how to do discussion before a vote. Section 1-603, forfeiture of office and removal for cause. Subsection A, except for the ombudsman who serves at the will of the Ethics and Accountability Board and the city attorney, the city council shall declare forfeiture of the office of any elected officer or appointee and may remove for cause any person appointed to an office for a fixed term, such as a one-year term for president. In every case, there shall be a public hearing before the city council with public notice published in the manner set forth in this charter. A city council member charged with conduct constituting grounds for forfeiture may not participate in the resolution on the charge. Subsection C, the position of City of Flint elective officer or appointee may be forfeited if he or she violates any provision of this charter as determined in court. Any resident of the City of Flint and the ombudsman shall have standing to file suit in circuit court for a finding of a violation of the charter on the part of the elected official or appointed officer. The court shall determine if a violation of this charter has occurred and any corrective action. My job is to try to get an agenda change to enlighten the council prior to a court proceeding, because I can guarantee you 100% the paperwork is about done, and it will be in court. And today, here I sit as president-elected. There's been no public hearing under 1-603, no publication and notice of a public hearing procedurally, and here I got to sit in my first ward seat while you unlawfully chairs a meeting. Now that warrants a agenda change. It warrants a point of order, and it really sends a bad taste across this city that folks can't read a charter. It sends a bad taste that the city attorney give y'all advice that's wrong, There's only one removal for cause for elected and appointed people in the charter, and it's 1-603. That's the ruling section. That's the removal for cause section, and it mandates that in every case, there shall be a public hearing. It's easy to read if you're in junior high or high school, and so whatever is happening here, whether it's a mutiny, whether it's just unlawful acting, it really hurts me to see you sitting up in the seat that I've been elected to, wrongfully removed. And what's kind of scary, when y'all got up and left y'all seats and y'all listened to Attorney Kim say you could deliberate outside of a meeting, and the video show y'all coming in groups of 3s and 4s, deliberating, and then made a decision. The meeting had been adjourned for lack of a quorum. Y'all moved $16 million, $16 million, in what I say was a unlawful, hadn't been posted meeting. So I do want this agenda change. I'm gonna vote for it. Don't care what y'all continue to do wrongfully, but we will get our redress in a court of law. And I think it's embarrassing and it's a shame that you sitting up there chairing a meeting in my presence when the charter makes me the presiding officer, and the only route to remove an elected or appointed person is to first have a public hearing in every case. Don't say in some, or if it have to do with Mays, you don't have to have a public hearing. They say in every case, there shall be a public hearing noticed and published prior to the procedure that I wouldn't participate in. And so that's 1-603. And we'll see what happens between now and a court proceeding, now and the next meeting. But some of the damage could be irreversible, irreparable, and downright illegal.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Thank you. What I want to also go back and read in section 1-6003, forfeiture of office or removal for cause for someone who has served on the charter. Forfeiture of office, as you guys look in the public who see, Councilman Mays is still sitting in his seat. So he is not removed from office. He still is a city council. If you do something and be removed as a council person, this session speaks to forfeiture of office. He is not removed as city council. So I want us to be careful about this wordsmith that we use, and we take words and we take a session out of the charter and we take it and we interpret it something that is not what it's reading. And we can take something and we read it and then we can spend it with our narrative and make the public think we removed him from office. He is not removed from office. He's still answering calls for people in the first ward in the city of Flint or however he chooses to serve as the city council. He still have a vote. He still have the power to come up here and engage and sit and have dialogue in the committee meetings and the city council. He is not removed as city council. The city council appointed him as the chair, the president, not the public. The city council voted for him, the president, not me, but 5 of them. 6 of us removed him, including me. He is removed from president of city council. He is not removed for council seat as the first ward. He still sit here. He still represent those 9,000 or 10,000 or 8,000 or 6,000, however many residents that he have out there. So don't believe the heights. He is still the city councilman. He got removed from the president. I will not be supporting adding this on as agenda item as we've been here since 4:30. We just now starting the city council meeting. I want to move forward He is not removed. This is forfeiture of office. Office means your position as the council person. You are not removed as the council person. You are removed as the president, and I am one of 6 of us that agreed that you needed to be removed as president, and I stand by it today, and I'll stand by it tomorrow, and I stood by it when they voted for you for president from the get-go. I never voted for you for president. I ain't gonna vote for you. I ain't gonna vote for you in the future, and I voted to get you out of there.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Is there any other discussion? Is there any discussion?
Yeah,
in the
Madam Chair.
In the second
You
round?
mean in the first round?
I just said, is there any discussion in the second round, but perhaps you didn't hear me.
Yeah, you
Would
calling
like-
for the second round?
Would you like to speak in the second round?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Let me say this to Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, and to the council and to the public, I wouldn't brag about being a member of the Charter Revision Commission with what I just heard you say. Because on page 26 of the Charter, section 3-103, it says, within 30 days of taking office, the city council shall elect from its members a presiding officer who shall be known as the president of the council. The president shall be elected to a one-year term. A one-year term. Now that's on page 26, section 3-103 of the Charter. The president is elected to a one-year term. And then you go back to the removal for cause section. It says in pertinent part, the city council shall declare forfeiture of office of any elective officer. Anybody in junior high or high school, you don't have to be a member of the Charter Revision Commission to see on page 26, section 3-103, that the president is an elected officer, an elected one-year term. Then you go back to page 14 and 13, it says in pertinent part, the city council shall declare forfeiture of office of any elective officer or appointee. I tender to this council and to this public and to this community that the president is an elected officer and may be removed for cause. In every case, not in one or two, it reads, in every case there shall be a public hearing before the city council with public notice published in the manner set in the charter. We have public hearings all the time. The difference between public comment and public hearings is public hearings, a member of the public is entitled to 10 minutes. But there's got to be a public hearing published and posted. So Ms. Herkenroth, as you sit up there, eager to not let me speak like you did earlier, eager to rule me out of order, and Mr. Murphy eager to brag about he's never voted for this elected officer, and then Attorney Kim disappears and have led y'all astray because he wanted to be appointed on my back as city attorney. He told y'all could deliberate outside of a meeting. And here go the Attorney General Handbook from Dana Nessel, page 7. Page 7 reads, all deliberations is in an open meeting. So there he walks. He deliberated. He led y'all astray. He issued a written opinion different from the charter, said that I could participate. The charter say the person who is being removed for cause can't participate. But I'll end by saying this. The charter makes it clear that the court will decide. The charter makes it clear that any person has standing to file in the circuit court. The charter makes that clear. And because this city attorney would not provide this council president or the office of the president legal assistance, there's been a delay on the filing. I'm going to file it. It will probably be filed by the end of this week. The city attorney, unless he ship it out, y'all done did something wrong, very wrong, procedurally. You didn't have a public hearing published in accordance with the charter, and you just took over wrongfully. And here you sat today proud in the presiding officer's seat, and I'm present, and the damage could be irreparable. I'll be voting to discuss it, but I know this council. I know this charter revision commissioner who done bragged about what he wouldn't do. He was one of the biggest problems from November until April. Constantly. And then you had Worthing, Herkenroder, and then others. So I'm used to it. Let's see how it turns out. I want everybody across the city to see how it turns out, because I got faith that the charter will be upheld and there shall be a public hearing and a due process procedure, which includes a public hearing that's been published with proper notice, whether you vote yes or no on this agenda change. I've made my case, I've made my record, and what's going on here today is unlawful.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to
Yes.
speak? Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. Now, I just listened to my colleague. You say I brag about being on the city charter. Yes, I am bragging about me being on the city charter. But let me brag about you being on council for 8 years. And out of 8 years of you being on city council, not out of one of those 8 years have you
Council
been
members
able
will
to-
remember their decorum. Council members will remember their decorum.
Thank you. I will. Out of 8 years of him being on city council, have any of those 8 years, he was able to get 5 votes to be council president. So in 2021, 5 council members decided to vote for him for president finally. And he couldn't last 6 months in the council seat. So here you are talking about me being on council in November and being the problem. No, I ain't the problem. The problem is you ain't used to running up on somebody that won't allow you to talk and treat me any kind of way. And I meant what I said from the beginning, and I meant what I said from the end. If you don't respect me as the city council, I will teach you how to respect me and treat me. You will not be talking
Point
to
of
me any kind of
information.
way.
What's your point?
How you gonna teach me?
That's an improper point of information. Mr. Murphy, you still have the floor.
Thank you. Anyways, he can dish it, but he can't receive it. So it was good for you to put out there.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Do you believe that I can receive it and dish it?
That's an improper point of information, Mr. Murphy.
I'm gonna
It's
leave
a
this
quick
alone.
inquiry. Point of order, Madam Chair.
What's your point?
Point of order. Madam Chair, a point of information is a quick clarifying inquiry to the speaker. Now, why you keep ruling these ain't quick inquiries to clarify something blows my mind.
The point of information should be regarding something to help understand the process or the potential consequences of an next voting. That's quoted directly from Rule 26.2. It is improper to utilize a request for information or a point of information to obtain the floor. The chair has the power to rule whether or not a point of information is approved or denied. Mr. Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm finna wrap up. And my what Mr. Mays always, Councilman Mays, would like to say, until this council have the political will to do this and that, where this council proved that we had the political will to remove you as president, and that's what we did. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes, Madam Chair, through you to Councilman Mays. Councilman Mays, for this agenda change, how much time do you need for your discussion, or are you just adding this to the list of discussions that we have? And where on the agenda do you want to place this? And I guess I'm thinking you said you wanted to read what it, I guess I wrote it down. You wanted to read 1-603, Article A, but you've already done that, and you've already had discussion on it. So do we need to move forward with your agenda change? Or is there other things that you need to pull out of this?
Madam Chair, if I may respond.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter, I've effectively discussed what I want to put on the record. I went into this agenda change believing you're not going to get 5 votes up here to discuss what need to be discussed. I believe I should be presiding. I don't believe it's been procedurally right. I will vote yes for the agenda change, whether it's in the end council discussion, if somebody want to amend it, but I don't have a fantasy of it passing, not with this crowd. I don't think Ms. Herkenroder going to vote in favor of it. She liked that seat. Mr. Murphy done said what he had to say in a certain way, and I've read it. So I'll be voting for the agenda change, but I don't expect to get 5 votes from this crowd who done broke the law and did wrong.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion? Is there any more discussion? Is there any more discussion? Hearing none. And I do also want to double check before we vote for the rest of the agenda changes that there are no agenda changes. Is that correct? Okay, that's what I thought. So we'll vote on this one request for an agenda change, which is to read Section 1603 of the Charter and discuss. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Point of order.
What's your point?
It was to read and discuss.
I believe I said to read Section 1603 of the Charter and discuss. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
I abstain.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Rickenroder?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
The vote is 1 yes, 6 no, and 1 abstention.
The vote is 1 yes, 6 no, and 1 abstention. That motion passes.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, I want to see if I can be excused. Last time I asked to be
failed. I'm sorry.
excused, you
Yes,
was
you may be
confused
excused.
to whether I would come back, so I want to make it clear, if I'm excused
Thank
under
you.
the
You've been
rules, I do
excused.
have the right to come back, correct?
Thank you. You've been excused. We are now on
Do
to
I have the right to come back?
Yes, Mr. Mays. Thank
Yeah,
you.
just
You
like
are
I should have
excused.
before.
Thank
because
you. We
I
are
don't
now
wanna
on.
be-
Mr. Mays, you may leave. You were excused. You
Point
may
of
be
order, what?
excused. I said, Mr. Mays, you may be excused. Thank you. We are now on the public hearing for
Point of
ordinance.
information.
Would you like to re-enter the meeting?
Yeah, point of information. On
Okay.
my way out,
What's
I was
your point
just
of
wondering
information?
why Miss Liddell Lewis thought it was so funny.
That's an improper point of information.
Madam Chair, please give him a warning for misusing the privilege motions.
You've been excused. That was out of order. That was out of order. I am ruling you out of order. That was improper.
I'll appeal the ruling of the chair.
There is a motion to appeal the ruling of the chair for ruling Mr. Mays out of order. Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second? Hearing none, the appeal fails. Thank you, Mr. Mays, you've been excused. We are now on public hearing. We are now on the opening of the public hearing for Ordinance 220144. As a reminder to the public, please state your name for this public hearing.
Point of information. Point of
What's your
order.
point?
How did this get to a .6?
That's a great question that I learned today. Davina, do you want to share, or Ms. Clerk, do you want to share?
We'll let Davina go ahead. and
Davina,
share.
do you want, what microphone do you want?
Here you go.
Honestly, it's just a way for us to mirror, to keep track of whatever, and we make it a 6 because you guys, whenever you amend .1, .2, .3, so we always make public hearings .6. It's just the way we keep track of them in our system. So it has nothing to do with your amendments. It's just,
So for clarification for the public, this is for Ordinance 220144, and the way that the rules read is contradictory. One part of the rules reads that it's 3 minutes for the public hearing. Another part of the rules reads that it's 10 minutes for public hearings. Given the time, I will go with the 10-minute just to make sure, unless the members of the body feel otherwise. Sure. Sure. Yep. So the clerk has requested that we read into the record the purpose of the public hearing, which I will do now. Public hearing for Ordinance 220144, an ordinance to amend the code of the City of Flint as requested by Flint Home Ownership Initiative to change the district boundaries or regulations established in Chapter 50 thereof, specifically allowing under Section 50-4 a zoning map amendment as follows. 412 West 2nd Avenue, Flint, Michigan, 48502, parcel number 40-12-460-013, legally described as Mrs. Stewart's Addition, Lot 6 and 7. Also WLY half of SLY half of Lot 3. Also NLY half of WLY half of Lot 4. Block A from zoning category B, 2 family and future zoned MR, which stands for mixed residential, for a zoning change to be C1, also known as multifamily walk-up apartments. The Planning Commission recommends approval. With that being said, the public hearing is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak during this public hearing? RL?
My name is R.L. Mitchell, and I'm speaking on the homeowner. I've always been a homeowner until the land bank be taking people's houses, and I always was a victim. Now I'm a victim of circumstances, and through these so-called goofy rules and you, Madam Chair, and you drinking water while in the water been poured. And anyway, to you, Madam Chair, through Councilman Lady Burns. Lady Burns, was it lawful for you to stop we the people from talking causes danger inside of the city hall for we the people could complain? You made the police department look like they was under hostage by the Jamaica dudes and $17 million. Is it? And he got the thugs over there in the county, but you fear that if the women keep on talking, they will come in here and be no safety. And I want you to respond to that. And it just costs you got a sister in Boston. That don't mean the police chief Green don't have to go get comments from Boston because that's a racial situation where your sister living in Boston, Massachusetts. And like I said, and back to Madam Chair, and you addressing the president like he ain't the president. You and Councilman Murphy talking about you don't give a care, and then policemen doing all them unnecessary putting bumpers in the road and tearing up cars and order them vigilantes to shoot up people and they turn and Who they think they is? Think we ain't no police that we're running? What? Okay, now take that.
This, okay. Next public speaker.
Don't get nervous now, lady.
Arthur Woodson. I have a couple of questions here. I know that there was an issue downtown with the dispensary over at Raspberries, and they said that it would be spot zoning if they changed the ordinance for that location. Am I reading this right? I don't know if I'm reading it right or not, that they changing this from B to MR-1, from a two-family to future zone mixed residential to C1. Would that be considered spot zoning? Because I'm seriously asking. Because if you're able to do this one, would we be able to change the north side and the east side from a green zone to more than just, where we can combine our lots and make bigger houses and, on two lots, because they say that we can't build on a lot next to ours. I think that's what I heard them say, that we can't build houses on or add additions to our house to the other lot, on the other lot. So will we be able to change over on the north side and the east side the same way to a multi-family unit in a green zone? When Ms. Wilcox was speaking on that, I had spoke to Kevin and Heidi, and it upset me to the point to where she made it sound like I was lying about it or misinformed. But Kevin was the person that actually worked on this master plan. And when I asked him, could we have brand new high schools on the north side, he said that we could not have brand new high schools unless it was all green. And if you heard Ms. Wilcox speak, she said green dollars. Green dollars. That's the only way that we can get redevelopment dollars on the north side, is if they are green dollars. That's what Kevin said. First, second, and third, and fourth ward. Y'all need to change that from green zone so that we can get redevelopment dollars over on the north side and on the east side. Look into it. Call Kevin, call Heidi, and get the real information, because the information isn't being given out correctly from what I was given. Matter of fact, the day that between Pearson Road and Carpenter Road and Martin Luther King and Saginaw, it was called Green Innovative. It was Green Innovative. And they were not able to build if that house burnt down. I'm still talking about ordinances. I'm still talking about, excuse me, Ms. Herkenroth, I'm still talking about ordinances. I'm not, okay. Kerry Nelson changed it that day that I took Kevin in the office and said, Kevin, would you tell President Nelson if a person can build, if their house burnt down, would they be able to build on that property? And Kevin told President Nelson at the time that they would not be able to build. So they changed it to where you have to come down here and ask the Planning Commission if you can rebuild your house on that property if it burnt down. Why should I have to come down here and ask the Planning Commission if I could rebuild on that property? That's what Kevin said to President Nelson. And if Ms. Wilcox come up here and say that that's not true, I will ask and call President Nelson, former President Nelson, down here to ask him to explain to you what Kevin said that day. The green zone is not beneficial for the north side or the east side. It's another way of condensing Flint and running us out off of those side of town. That's what the green zone is. We don't get any redevelopment dollars. The only thing they tell us we could do on the north side in the green zone is build a, a canopy, apple orchards, flower beds. I mean, people who gonna be living over there, I guess we're gonna have to work on the apple orchard. I mean, seriously. I mean, it sounds like north side, green zone, plantation. Need to change the green zone. Let's make it like Culture Center and South Side traditional, so that we can bring traditional money in on the north side and the east side and get apartments built, because they building apartments on the south side and downtown and moving everybody from the north side. So that's why we losing people, 6,000 people from the first, second, and third ward, because they moved on the south side into apartments, down on Saginaw Street in apartments, over on Ballinger Road in apartments, because north side is majority of renters. So we're not gonna have a first, second, and third ward. So do away with that green zone, and please ask if this is spot zoning, so that I can go tell my uncle to get the same type of zoning so he can extend his house over on the lot next to his, since they able to, put lots together, lots 6 and 7 and all this. I'm not mad at the person doing it, but I think everybody should have the same opportunity of combining their lots to be able to build on their lots also. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during the public hearing?
Hello, my name is Moses Timlin. I'm a development coordinator at Uptown Reinvestment Corporation. I'm actually speaking on behalf of the project. So URC is a nonprofit partner in Flint Home Ownership Initiative. I want to just show, I printed out 2 copies. We are getting a rezoning so that the development could look like this. This parcel is actually abnormally large because it used to house 30-plus apartments that were torn down in 2011. So having it rezoned is actually just allowing us to bring the density to what's more compatible with the surrounding houses already on that block. And it allows us to have 2 duplexes instead of 1, and just 1 shared driveway, so that we can help maintain walkability as you walk on 2nd Avenue. And that way also keeps the costs down, because now the homeowners only have to share the cost for 1 shared driveway. I just want to address something really briefly that the last speaker spoke, which I appreciate his question. So one, this was approved by the Planning Commission, and when I presented to the Planning Commission, we were asked simply, is this spot zoning? So a little clarification, this is actually currently already zoned B under the old zoning code, but if the new zoning code were approved, it would automatically be an MR1. So we're asking it to actually, under the old zoning code, go from a B to a C1, which allows the lowest density for multifamily, which is these 2 duplexes as an example. But if it was under the new zoning code in MR1, it would still be compatible and by right. So in the terms of, is it spot zoning, the answer, quite frankly, from our point of view is no, because if it was under the new zoning code, it would already be zoned for what exactly we're trying to build, and it would be done by right. So I printed 2 copies. I also have a letter attached from the Carriagetown Neighborhood Association that wrote in support for the rezoning of this parcel. And if it's okay with you, I'll just pass them along to the sides when I'm done here. There will be a second reading at the end of your agenda, as you can see. We're really hoping that you would support the second reading so that we can move further along this development process. Understandably, we've been waiting a few months just for these processes to take place, and we're totally respectful of that, and we just hope we can build these houses in this upcoming year. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do you want to? Yep. Yep. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during this public hearing?
Good evening, Council. My name is Paul Herring. I reside at 525 Mason Street, and I am for this project. Ms. Winfrey Carter, this is what we were looking for on University and Grand Traverse. Not the monstrosity that we're going to allow to be built there, which will darken WFOV 92.1 LPF in Flint, because I won't have line of sight to my tower. This is the project that we were looking for on University and Grand Traverse. Some more homes in our neighborhood, some more homeowners in our neighborhood, not additional apartments. We have those. I stand before you for this project. It's fabulous. I remember the apartment complex that was there, and it was a drug-infested hellhole. Anything is better than that. I myself adopted that field. That field that they're going to build those houses on, I took care of for 12 years. Now, when I went to go buy it, it wasn't available. But that's a different story. So for 12 years, I took care of that parcel, and I am glad to see the development on it. I'm glad to see that we're going to be adding 4 new homeowners to Carriage Town. I'm also glad that I will be able to use those houses as a model for what I do at my house. Remember, 10 years ago when I tried to put siding on my house, they said I couldn't because I was in a historic district. 10 years ago when I wanted to put windows in my house, they said they couldn't be vinyl or plastic. They had to be wood, which tripled the cost. So I didn't. So I'm curious. I'm curious to see the materials they use to build these houses, as well as the university project, Ms. Winfrey. Because rest assured, I will be using those same materials to upgrade and modify my house, because they've been approved by you guys. Be clear, I am 100% for this project. Maybe not for the reasons that Brother Moses is, but by my own reasons yet and still. Please allow this project to go forward, because in all things purely social, Ms. Winfrey Carter, we can be as separate as the fingers, but we got to be one like the hand in all things beneficial to our mutual progress.
Thank you. Are there any other public speakers? Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak during this hearing? Final call. For the public hearing, we have a public speaking comment after this. Okay. And final call for public speakers during the public hearing. Okay, hearing none, this public hearing is now closed. We will discuss whether we voted up or voted down at the end of the meeting. With that being said, public speaking is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to address council for any topic?
Well, I have the slips. I have the, she would have to look into it. Since she didn't fill out the slip. Ask her for her name.
Please state your name for the record.
Tamika Dixon. Tamika Dixon. I reside at 148 Philadelphia. I brought a claim to the council because the roads had damaged my car on one side of my vehicle. I took the steps. I brought in the pictures. I did my report. I got all the estimates that they needed, and they still denied me. I'm trying to get you guys to look at this and overturn it, and then if that doesn't work, I guess I'll go to the mayor. I mean, my car is not a new car, but now I have air bubbles in my tires. I didn't even put the claim for my rim of my tire that is damaged, which shows in the pictures that I submitted. All I asked was them to replace my 2 tires on my passenger side that was damaged. And I also let them know that the road, the potholes were so bad, they was gonna get more claims. Now, I went back through there, they hurried up and fixed the giant pothole, which was on Dort and Atherton Road. But this was before they even sent me papers denying my claim. Now, why would the city hurry up and run and fix this giant pothole and still deny me? They seen how bad it was, not just from my pictures of my vehicle, and I also sent pictures of the giant pothole. I wrote down everything, but they fixed that real quick, but still denied me on my car. Once again, it's only a 2015, but I can't go to Ohio and see my grandkids driving on the expressway doing 35 miles an hour or 40 miles an hour because I don't want to bust my tire and end up in a bad accident, hurt myself or someone else. So I have to stay in the city, drive slow, and pray I don't have an accident, which I feel if I did have an accident, it'd be on the city's fault. On y'all hands, not y'all personally, but it would be on the city hands because I can't go past, 35. I have to stay on the roads and not go on the expressway. So I'm burning more gas, which is $5 almost a gallon, by going through the city all the way around the expressways. So I urge you, please overturn the decision that they made on my claim. Also, if you want to, please go back and look at the photos. My car is still damaged. Now, I might put in a claim for the rim because I can't, listening to all this today, I've been here since like 4:30. The city got tons of money to help. I pay my taxes. I don't owe anything to the city. I just don't understand how they gonna deny me 100, and I got the cheapest. I went out and got 5 different estimates. I got the cheapest estimates I could find.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. Your time is up. Thank you.
Okay, so do y'all need copies, or would y'all pull up the copies and the photos?
If you
for your
have
file?
copies to distribute for all of us, you may distribute them, yes.
I left the originals with you guys and downstairs on the 2nd floor, but I'm gonna leave this copy for you guys if y'all need. I don't need them.
We'll get copies for everybody. Thank you. Next public speaker.
The next public speaker is Mr. R.L. Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell?
Good evening, Council. I'm Mr. R.L. Mitchell. And speaking on public safety, Madam Chair, on the other council meeting the other day, I was here at this council meeting, and my significant other left me in the council meeting, and the city clerk, council secretary told me, "Sir, you better leave because the bus is going to be gone if you're going to go out there and catch the bus. You're going to be the only one walking in Flint." So I left, and that's what the police department talking about. They don't want to put no cameras, and we the people don't recognize the peoples until they, like Madam Burns, Secretary Burns, Burns told us don't be talking because her neighborhood got shot all up, and she told her constituent don't say that because she'll shoot up the city hall. She spoiled the beans and let them know the Flint Police Department is just like the peoples in Cuba. They threaten the police department, and the police department ain't tell us nothing, but Madam Burns tried to tell us, but she told them to shut up. Anyway, my significant other had left me in here, and I just barely caught the bus, and you should have seen how them peoples of Third World was acting down at the MTA. And her name is, I can't think of her name now, the one that hollered at names while you was, I don't know what this stuff is. Like this Harry Potter stuff, them movies I be watching, I can't hardly, I know the name, but it won't come out. Janelle, she up, yes dear, she up, wait, my significant other tell me that don't say nothing right there, because Kim don't know, Tim, and Attorney Tim, you just keep sitting there like you don't know nothing, like I'm from a third world, and in the Hurley Hospital, Miss Fuller, I didn't know you was the first lady of the church. I thought it was another Fuller. Stay on there as long as you can, but the one from a former Hurley Hospital, board, you don't live in the United States, but the United States is funding the Flint Police Department, but Chief Green, like he's scared to call the shots and that. Oh, yes, dear, but the others making them funny moves at me. Okay, I got something.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our final speaker is Mr. Arthur Woodson. Mr. Woodson.
All right. Let me address something here. All weekend, I've been seeing articles about Ms. Worthing, and what upset me was the Fox News article where...
Mr. Woodson, is your mic on or up?
It's on.
There you go.
What upset me was the comments in the Fox News article. They really they really said some bad stuff. But what really upset me was the fact that Ms. Worthing made a statement and said, my white privilege has been mentioned solely to degrade my opinions. Her white privilege. Her white privilege. I mean, that right there really took me for a spin. People don't understand that here in Flint, we have had overseers. The big organizations get the millions of dollars, and the people who really actually do the groundwork, the footwork, are those little small organizations that get $5 and $10. Yes, Mayor Neely is using ARPA funds for political ploy, election year. He just did it. Matter of fact, Chief Green just told y'all that he was using it for youth enrichment. He done spent the ARPA funds before they even get here. So let's start with Flynn's store. They came up here for $600,000. They didn't do the application. So, Ms. Burns, I think you should do a motion and say, hey, you know what? We're going to give House of Esther $150,000 from the ARPA funds. Because they did it with Flynn's store for light fixtures. Let's stop using ARPA funds for dedicated for parks and statues and help people who's living right now. We talk about crime. You have pregnant females, pregnant young women who they are assisting, and you can't help them. They are helping 21 pregnant young women, keeping them off the streets, and you can't assist them. I can understand if it wasn't for a good cause, but they are assisting pregnant young women. My God, that is an emergency. But you can give money to everybody else. Pilot programs for this apartment, pilot program for downtown, pilot program for this house over here, this thing over here. But you can't give it to young women, House of Esther. I was going to give it to light fixtures over on Flyer Road. My God, $600,000 for a popcorn popper. My God. And y'all fought for that.
Thank you. Is that the end of public speaking? Okay. That is the end of public speaking. Are there any members of council who wish to respond?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns.
Thank you. I do want to speak to, you are correct, we should have and do a resolution for the House of Esther. There could be no more worthy calls. This has nothing to do, House of Esther, with color, Republican or Democrat, because I even reached out to Right to Life. And Right to Life did tell me once if they gain possession of the property, that they could assist them. Also, there's several other, even developers who have reached out. So when people keep saying there is no hope, I want them to fight hard, fight as hard as they're trying to reject it, get rid of it, to have it exist. We need to start doing some things that are right. That is right. 21 mothers, 21 babies, a 2-year program, 42 lives change, and it changes the trajectory for those people for generations. There could be no better investment. One of those young babies could be the next mayor, could be the next council president. next president of the United States. We simply don't know. Give them the opportunity. When I spoke to Right to Life, which I like to talk to all, let's get everyone we're concerned about. Right to Life stated to me that they have a mother that was pregnant at that time. She could not place the mother. And what they do, because they age out of the foster care system, they separate the mother from the baby, and if she's nursing, that baby doesn't get the nourishment. Because if the baby is not nursing off the mother, then the milk dries up. So we have a problem. So we have the opportunity to do something great, and we should be doing everything instead of finding why we cannot focus on. And it wasn't the $71,000. There was an issue, and I had a good conversation with Suzanne. I hope it will go further. So there's a lot of misinformation that has been given, and it's, to me, shameful because we should do so much better. Let's help to right the wrongs of these lives. That is something we need to do. And I'm going to speak to the retaliation. I'm disappointed Jamisha had to come here to get a result for a shooting. I didn't speak about it because I fear for her life. I left my home to go check on her. I got the Michigan State Police here because the Flint Police Department did not show up. And I'll do it every single time. I was concerned about her safety because she was brave enough to come here.
Thank you. Are there any other members of council who wish to respond to the public? Mr. Murphy?
Sure. I'm thinking if we want to start cherry picking who we want to give money for, I'm thinking about, I just was sitting here taking notes. I know Linnell Jones and Marion Hall over at the Sylvester Broom Center is doing great things, and they building a sports complex center over there. They are also requesting money. I also know that the St. John over there in the James P. Cole area is also requesting money. They are some historical facts. And when I want to talk about the House of Esther, if you recall, there was a school up in there too. They offered to give House of Esther the $71,000 from what I was told, and they didn't want to partner with them to come up with the money that they was, because they wanted their name on the deed. So there's some more information that needs to be talked about when we talk about the House of Esther. What I am not interested in, and this is where we may disagree, Art Wilson, I am not interested in giving somebody funding. Yes, I did support the resolution that came up here for the Flint Food Market over there on Pearson, but it was improper the way the resolution came. But because the resolution came before me, I had to deal with it at that particular time, not knowing that the resolution didn't come from the mayor. The mayor presents the budget, and the city council make amendments, approve, shoot it up or shoot it down. When it comes down to the city council has not offered a resolution. We don't move the money. The money comes from the mayor and administration. They move and we accept. Now what we could do is come and collectively work together with the mayor and administration and figure out where we want to put these ARPA dollars. So, I mean, trying to make me feel bad because I'm not supporting the House of Esther or whatever.
Point of information. Councilman Murphy, I know the time is up. Do you know that I spoke with Mayor Neely, and I spoke to him about the House of Esther, and I will expand on that.
Mr. Murphy, your time has expired, but you may answer the question.
Can I wrap up?
Yeah, you may answer her question.
Quincy ain't thinking about nothing but what I just said.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Priestley, you have the floor.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
There will be order. Please remember order in the council chambers. Ms. Priestley, you have the floor.
Thank you. In regards to your tire, I know that you spoke to Attorney Kim, but I didn't realize I had a bent rim. And I drove on that for 2 years. So I do know the pain and the suffering you're going through with that problem. It was $500 for a new rim, and I had to buy one. But I was lucky that I was lucky I had the right kind of insurance that would cover it.
Ma'am.
All right, you can't respond. Anyways, I just wanted to let you know that It's something that you might want to look about, is for check your insurance too. I don't know if you've done that or not, but check with your insurance. Mr. Woodson, number one, this body did not vote to give the food market the money. We voted against it. They did not receive a dime from us. Number two, the House of Esther. I pulled their 990s. They made $10,000 in 2018. They haven't filed a 990 cents. By now, they should have filed a 2019.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Through you, Madam Chair, through Ms. Priestley, I spoke with the House of Esther. Did you know that the information that you have is incorrect? She was here tonight to give you the correct information, and I'll have her forward that to you.
Thank you.
I pulled this right from the IRS website. So that is what the website shows on irs.gov. And you can pull all 990s from organizations that are 501c3s. I've prepared many 990s as an accountant. Onward. I specifically asked them last week, how much money have you raised in the last 3 years? Oh, Home Depot gave us money. They haven't raised a dime.
Point of information.
What's your point?
That isn't through you, Madam Chair. Councilman Priest, do you know they did? And she was here with her husband to tell us what they did have. And some were in kind, there were other donations. So when she was asked on the spot, that was a detailed question. She did not have all the information.
Okay, proceed.
Anyways, I have also reached out to Flint Right to Life. They have approached them several times with showing them how to do fundraising. They've turned them down. You can
Point
say
of
that.
information.
You can say.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Madam Chair, I spoke to Judy Clymer, I believe Friday. She stated if they obtain the building, that they will assist. Thank you.
I spoke to Judy Clymer on Thursday. So, and she told me that they were not willing at that time to assist them. Show me that you can raise some money. Show me your 990s. Put an application in through any ARPA process that we have. Right now, I'm not interested in giving any organization any money without an application process through our ARPA process, which is not even developed yet. I am a pro-lifer. I support the concept 100%. I want an organization that can prove to me that it's sustainable, and so far they have not done so. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair, that you give me the floor.
Yes.
I have to be careful when I get the floor because I've seen points of information, the one that Ms. Burns did. Last time I did them with her, she was counting them. I was Dave Squastro, you know. And so I see a different treatment. I heard what she said, and I didn't hear Ms. Herkenrow to chastise her once. I see a different treatment. Ma'am, $100 and something for a tire, and they turned down your damage claim. I'm asking that a resolution be drawn up. I want to include the rim. I want the tire and the rim, a resolution drawn up, Attorney Kim, for the next council meeting. And then, ma'am, if they continue to turn it down, I'll see what 5 or more council people do to settle that damage claim, if they do anything. That's what I'll do. Most council people just talk, but you can't just talk on this council. You have to introduce resolutions. Mr. Murphy believes, Mr. Woodson, that we can't introduce resolutions, vote on them, and then if the mayor veto them, we override them. Our resolutions is law. So this is one of the worst councils I done worked with because they don't get it. They so super smart.
What's your point? Sustained.
It is an attack on a lack of knowledge. It's not a personal attack, it's a business attack. That lady stay in my ward. I'm going to introduce a resolution through you, Madam Chair, to Attorney Kim. Do you have a problem drawing up that resolution?
Yes, I do, actually.
Okay, so you violating the charter, you won't draw it up, or will you? I don't care if you have a problem. I'm asking as one council person for a resolution to be drawn up. You refusing to do it?
Well, in this case, as I just spoke to Ms. Dixon, the pothole that she encountered was actually on Dort Highway. Dort Highway is a state trunk line highway that's not under the control of the city of Flint.
I'm asking that the resolution be drawn up. We'll get into details when we have discussion on the motion when I try to pass the resolution. Are you denying this council person the right to have you draw up a resolution?
Are you asking me to draw up a resolution that would, what are you asking me to draw up a resolution that would do?
I'm asking you under the charter, any council person can request you to draw up a resolution or ordinance. I'm requesting you to draw up one, just like you drew up one for the house where the tree fell on for me on Edward Street. I have that resolution. If I wasn't illegally put out, it would be introduced by now, and now I'm asking for another one for her. Do you refuse to do your job?
If you wish to submit a request for me to draft a resolution in writing, I will be happy to do so.
Davina, through you, Madam Chair, to Davina, you got a blank piece of paper and a pen, I'll do it right now. And she'll see me represent her by handing you a written request to draw up the resolution. People are being flippant. People think they're sarcastic. And it ain't nothing funny about the business of the city to me, Attorney Kim. You lied to this young council when you told them they could deliberate. So you can be flippant, you can be funny, but the charter dictates that when I request a resolution or an ordinance, your job is to draw it up. Any individual council person.
Mr. Mays.
Through you, Madam Chair, to
Mr. Mays, your
Davina,
time is up.
will you write that request and give it to him in writing?
Thank you. Is there any other member of council who wishes to respond to the public? Unfortunately not, ma'am. I apologize. Is there any other member of council who wishes to respond to the public? Is there any other member of council who wishes to respond to the public?
Madam, give me the bill and I'll pay for it. So, Davina, give me the bill, I'll give you the money for the thing.
Is there any other member of council who wishes to respond to the public? Is there any other member of council who wishes to respond to the public? Is there any other member of council who wishes to respond to the public? Hearing none. Hearing none.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Through you to Mr. Piper, you want to pay for that tree that fell on this lady's house on Edwards too?
That brings us down to the communications. The communications are listed on the agenda for council and for the public. We are now at the appointments. The chair will entertain a motion to approve appointment 220177 and appointment 220182. As a reminder, 220183 did not make it out of special affairs.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Priestley.
I'd like to make a motion to approve appointments 220177 and 220182.
There's been a motion to approve 177 and 182. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we'll go to the vote on appointment 220177 and 220182. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Hickenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no on 220177
And 182.
and 182.
The vote is 8 yes and 0 no. Those are approved. The chair will entertain a motion to approve the master resolution with any separations.
Madam President. Madam President.
Chair, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Murphy?
I would like to move Resolution 220059.1, 220173, 220174, 220175, 220176, 220178, 220181 with any separations.
There's a motion to approve the master resolution with any separations. Is there a second?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley?
second that motion.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion or separations?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
So, in effect, what we have before us, a master resolution. Or is it some left out?
It's the master resolution.
Okay, I'm gonna see if I want to separate something. I'll come back once I look at them and see if there's something I want to separate.
Okay. Is there any other discussion?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Burns?
I would like to separate item number 2200591. I would like to separate that so that we can have a discussion. There's some
Point
errors.
of information,
What's your point?
is that 59.1?
Yes.
Yes, it is 59.1. Thank you, Councilman Mays. I would like to separate that. I've spoken with Deputy Clerk Davina on some things that need to be done still, and I would like it separated for those purposes, please, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other discussion on the master resolution? Is there any other discussion on the master resolution? In the second round, is there any discussion on the master resolution?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, Madam Chair, these amendments, budget transfer in the third quarter, that's just for the fleet.
Mr. Mays, is your microphone on?
Beg your pardon?
Can you move your microphone closer to your mouth when you turn away? It doesn't sound like it's getting picked up.
I can't even hardly hear you when it's up at your mouth, so I'll do what I need to do. I don't think of nobody have a problem hearing me. Do you? Do you have a problem hearing me?
I'm trying to ensure that the public can hear you as well.
Beg your pardon, I didn't know what you just said.
Mr. Mays, if you could please just move your microphone closer to your mouth.
Say what? I really can't hear you. You think you talking soft and nice. I ain't gonna lie to you. If I don't understand you, I'm gonna ask you what you say. What did you say?
Mr. Mays, if you could please move your microphone closer to your mouth while you're speaking so that the public may hear you.
I ain't really clear what you're saying. If that's the best you can articulate, and if I still can't hear you, then I'm gonna just piece together what you said. You said something about a microphone to my mouth. You want to clear it up better? You think it's funny, Ms. Herkenroder. I'm 64 years old in September. I ain't got time to play games with you.
Mr. Mays.
If I tell you I don't hear you, I can't understand you, that's what I'm saying. Now, if you want me to ignore you, I can. But if you want to repeat it and think it ain't funny and just repeat it, that would be a courtesy. You ain't got nothing to say now.
For the third time, if you could please just make sure that your microphone is down by your mouth so that all members of public can hear you. Thank you.
Now I heard what you said. Was that hard? Did that kill you? That didn't kill you, did it? For the third time, it didn't kill you. See, Ms. Herkenroder, as I deal with this master resolution, I don't like you because of the way that you done penalized me at the drop of the hat. 30 seconds. I get up, Ms. Lewis say something. You're out of order. I don't like your style. And I'm going to be frank about it. It's going to be hard for you to get cool with me, and you might not never make it. Ms. Worthing didn't make it. Kate Fields didn't make it. When you notice that I don't even speak to you and others in the hallway, I go on about my business. Been doing it for years. I don't trust you, don't like your style. So if I tell you I can't hear you, you can be smug.
Point of order.
What's your point?
What is this discussion about he doesn't like council members? It's not germane to what we're doing. Please, let's move on.
Mr. Mays.
Beg your pardon? I didn't hear what you said, Ms. Herkenrode. What did you say in response to her point of order?
I said Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays, that's a ruling? Because my position is this. My position is I was talking business. You said 3 times to speak in the microphone. I've said to you certain things about your tone, and it's still the same way. I'm used to Ms. Liddell Lewis always trying to get something started. It's getting a little old, so I can appreciate you saying Mr. Mays. Back to the business, because I'll pay attention to some nonsense. I don't think I have any separations at this time, but I want to look over it. I'm ready to vote on the master resolution, and regardless of what folks say, this is my 8th, 9th year. You, Ms. Lewis, or nobody else is going to change me from doing business. Y'all can smirk, laugh, conspire, and do what you want, and I'm going to highlight it.
Thank you. Are there any other members of council who wish to speak? Are there any other members of council who wish to speak? Final call. Are there any other members of council who wish to speak? Hearing none, that takes us to the vote on the master resolution. As a reminder, Resolution 220059.1 has been separated. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no on the master resolution.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no on the master resolution. That brings us to our one separation of 220059.1. Ms. Burns, you requested to separate this resolution.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I asked to separate this because there are still some errors in it throughout it where the agreement is to be for 10 years, and I would like to have Deputy Clerk Davina explain this process. I don't want to mess it up. Please, through you, Madam Chair.
I'm not sure, excuse me, which meeting exactly that council did vote to amend the agreement to 10 years, but that did pass.
Point of information. Through you, Madam
What's
Chair,
your
to the
point?
Speaker, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, is this better? I'm trying not to get too close to the microphone. I'm not sure which meeting it was that council did make a motion and passed the amendment to the resolution itself to change the agreement from 50-year to a 10-year agreement. And at that time, there was a discussion to the administration as to whether or not an amended resolution would be provided. And it hadn't been provided yet. So we did take the liberty to do the amendment for the resolution. Unfortunately, the old agreement was attached. So what's on your agenda is a resolution for 10 years. The agreement reads 50. However, if council approves the 10-year resolution, then it would be incumbent upon the administration to amend the agreement, because we don't really retype agreements. So right now, the resolution is correct. There's one small typo, but the amendment that's attached to it needs to be amended to 10 years as well.
So, thank you, Madam Deputy Clerk. So we need to vote, so I'm clear, so we need to vote on this, approve it, and then 10 years, once it's approved, it's up to the administration to do the last part of it, because we've already agreed and voted to approve the 10 years.
Point of order, point of information.
What's your
I
point?
really wish I could hear the conversation. I really don't know what's
Mr.
being
Mays,
said. I could
Mr.
hear you,
Mays.
Ms. Burns.
Mr. Mays, Ms. Brown was trading off the microphone, which is why you heard all of that static. She has the microphone now.
I was indicating from a public standpoint that we would have the administration change the rest of the
Point of
attachments to
information.
reflect the 10 years.
What's your point?
It's really
So this could be
difficult
approved.
for me to hear over here. Y'all think I'm playing, but I'm not. I
Point of
can't hear
information.
what's being
What's your
said.
point?
My point is, did you know that you can get those earbuds
Point
right
of,
back there
point
so
of
you
order.
can hear?
Point of order.
Thank you.
Now, why is you letting her interrupt my point of information and point of order with this earbud thing? I'm about ready to cuss. I'm so tired of her, I don't know what to do.
Mr. Mays.
I'm seriously trying to get
Mr.
it where I
Mays.
can hear what's going on.
Mr. Mays,
Now, I ain't studying
Mr.
what you
Mays.
talking about with that mess.
Mr. Mays. As we all know, a point of order and a point of information is valid at any time and may interrupt a speaker. You interrupted Ms. Brown for a point of order. Dr. Lewis interrupted you with a point of
Point
information.
of order.
I have to first rule on the initial point of order. The first point of order was that you could not hear. I do want to make sure that you are able to hear Ms. Brown. The point of information from Dr. Lewis is denied. What is your point of order?
My point of order is just what you said. When I asked for a point of order, rule on it. She did a point of
Thank you, Mr.
information in
Mays.
the middle of the point of order for some mess.
Thank
And
you,
she's
Mr.
still
Mays.
over here acting messy, and I appreciate your
Mr.
ruling
Mays.
of denying her. I'm
Mr.
seriously
Mays.
trying to hear you,
Mr.
Davina,
Mays.
and Ms. Brown.
Mr.
I'm not
Mays.
playing with this.
Mr. Mays,
So is it anything we can do to really, if I can't hear it and understand it, I'm going to do another point of order and ask that people speak louder.
Mr. Mays, I must again rule on that point of order, which was not a technical point of order, but I do believe that Paul is about to hand you earbuds so that you may be able to see, as was suggested earlier in the meeting. Thank you. Ms. Brown, you have the floor.
Yes, I think in reading the document that was attached, we found about 4 errors where the 50 years was still mentioned. And I think that as a part of the cleanup, you all could still go ahead and approve the resolution, but as a part of the pending the cleanup of the narrative that is attached, so that it reflects a 10-year period as opposed to 50 years. And
Thank you.
That's all I wanted to say for the record.
Okay, thank you. And Madam Chair, through you to City Administrator Clyde Edwards, could you come to the podium, sir?
Mr. Edwards? I do want to remind the council that there is no motion on the floor right now, and we do need to have a motion on the floor. Ms. Burns?
Put a motion on the floor to approve item number
220059.1?
Yes, that one. Thank you. Thank you.
There,
with corrections,
Pending.
pending corrections.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to approve 220059.1 pending corrections. Is there support?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
I'll support that motion.
Okay, thank you. It has been moved and properly supported. For the discussion, Ms. Burns, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through you to City Administrator. Mr. Edwards, the the Mott recreational area, they have a deadline, and I know this has been down there. Can you give me an estimated amount of time that we would be able to make the corrections that need to be made so that we can get it? Well, it's going to have to go for 2 weeks for our next council, which really puts them in a bad tonight. Oh, yeah. Can you speak to are you willing to cooperate, or the correct, I want to say the corrections that need to be made with the administration if we approve this tonight, so we don't hold it up any longer? so that we can get, and I'm looking through it, and there are several 50 years throughout, because it reflects 10 and 50 years. If we can get this done in a quick way.
I don't see a problem with that. Document was articulated by legal.
Oh, okay.
Not from, it wasn't constructed by the administration. That was done by legal.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, to Attorney Kim. So Attorney Kim, with the corrections that need to be made, because I want to be able to send, they have a grand opening I don't know if it's a grand opening, if that's a letting the public know to where it'll be, where they're operating. So is it feasible to have this, because we're behind on deadlines, how long would it be? Do you think that we could get those simple corrections made?
I don't see that it would take longer than the end of the week, assuming that essentially if this council approves the resolution, it would authorize the entering into a 10-year agreement, so we would have to make those changes, and those are fairly, global search and replace changes for that sort of thing.
Through you, Madam Chair, through you to the city clerk.
In order to help to expedite the process, we can get with Mr. Kim tomorrow to show him precisely where the errors are.
Okay.
And then that way he would not have to read the entire document.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
Yeah. What kind of bothers me about this agreement is not the agreement for Mott Park, but it reminds me of the agreement for the Old Farmers Market. And what's killing me about these agreements that come before council is when an agreement comes as it relates to a proposed agreement, House Est or anything North Side, we got a lot of pushback. It ain't just white folks pushing back, it's black folks too. Mr. Murphy seemed to be one of the main ones. Herkenroder had a problem with the popcorn popper.
Mr. Mays, remember your decorum, please.
Beg your pardon?
I said remember your decorum, please. It is out of turn for council members to reference other council members.
No, it ain't. It ain't out of order to reference a council member. I can talk about your vote, the Republicans' vote, the Supreme Court Justice vote. I don't know where you're getting that from. Show it to me in writing. But I'm going to reference you, I'm going to reference them, I'm going to reference how folks vote, and that's what I'm going to do. Your voting record is open game. I see agreements coming before council from the Mott Park Association. I see them coming from the Children's Museum as it relates to the Old Farmers Market. But what I don't see coming is agreements for some folks I represent in primarily black part of town, North End. And it's starting to bother me. I might abstain on this. I might let the same crew that unlawfully voted me out vote on this. Because it's getting to be a little much. Ain't no way I'm going to sit here, learn, and do for 8-9 years, and then folk come in here in 5 or 6 months talking condescending to me. And flip it. It ain't going to happen with me. I wouldn't care if I was arrested and handcuffed and threw out of the next 12 meetings. It's a different treatment. It's not only discriminatory toward me and the side of town that I represent, but it's discriminatory toward these memorandums and projects and agreement with folks. It seems like this council easily makes agreements with certain folks. It just seems to be a pattern. It seems to be a pattern. And the minute we try to reach an agreement with other folks, it's a problem. it's a big problem. And so that's going to be my voting record. I want to see this council do a project with some black folks, some North End folks. I want to see it, because I've yet to see it. I've seen Mart Park, I've seen the Children's Museum, I've seen Miller Road. But whenever it comes to some black folks, the North Flint Food Market, the House of Esther, oh, I just don't know. I think we need some formal proposals. Why are they coming through the side door and the back door?
Mr. Mays, please remember your decorum.
Beg your pardon?
Please remember your decorum.
My decorum? My decorum is going to be what it is. And when I talk the way I talk, you can rule me out of order, and this group can vote and throw me out and have the police arrest me. I can talk like I want to talk. I got freedom of speech. Have you learned a new word? Decorum? What about your decorum? What about when you ruled me out of order for speaking 37 seconds over, and I done sit here today and watch folks wrap up? What about your decorum when I asked to be excused, Ms. Lewis saying something, and you ruled me out of order? What about your decorum? Maybe it's a cultural difference. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe you ain't used to a black man talking a certain way. Is that what it is? It might not be decorum. It might be race norm. You ever heard of race norm? That's a word I made up, because you might have a cultural difference from me.
Thank you.
I'm black, you white.
Thank you, Mr. Mays.
Talking about decorum.
Your time is up. Is there any other speak?
No,
Mr.
my
Murphy.
time is up. May I be excused for a second?
Here we go again. He want to throw some cheap shots at...
Remember decorum.
Point of information.
What is your point?
Through you to the speaker. It ain't here we go again, brother. I ain't never stopped.
Mr. Mays, that's an improper
Do
point
you
of
believe
information.
that?
That is an improper point of information. Mr. Murphy.
Lord have mercy.
Can he have a warning, Madam Chair?
We got one thing left, Mr. Murphy. Your two things left.
Here's where I'm at on this. I just don't think it's fair that we sit here and allow individuals to sit here and attack us and mischaracterize us based on their opinion on us. And I try my best to sit here and be decorum and how all y'all want me to be politically correct. But, you know, I can only take so much with him. And I'm not scared of him if that's what he think or my colleagues think. But I am sick and tired of coming here, meeting after meeting, and listening to him mischaracterize us, and not only me, but others, in these different manners, and we have to sit here and take it. It should be some decency and an order for all of us.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Through you to the speaker, don't you think I'm sick and tired of you?
That's an improper point of information. Mr. Murphy, continue.
See, and the problem is, he could come and leave his seat, come back, hit the mic. We don't rule him out of order. I just think if we get him out of here, give him a warning, give him his second warning, get him out of here so we can take care of the business of the city of Flint. Some of us want to get out of here. Every time he come and hit this podium, we don't ever get stuff done. But when he leave, if y'all notice, these meetings run smooth.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Through you to the speaker, do you know that to be a fact? You just got here. Do
That's
you
an
believe
improper
it
point
might
of
go
information.
smooth if we recall you?
Mr. Mays, that's an improper point of information. Mr. Murphy.
It is a quick inquiry. You talking about how it go with me? Point of order.
What's your point?
Point of order.
What's your point?
You gonna let him diss down me, talk about me, and then rule when I ask him a similar point of information about him?
Mr.
It's out of
Mays.
order? Ain't that discriminatory? That's my point of order. You should not discriminate.
Mr. Mays, you are out of order. Mr. Murphy,
Okay, well,
continue.
I'm going to remove myself like Miss Worthing did. She didn't show up today. I done had calls from across the nation.
Thank you, Mr.
Because I don't
Mays.
want to call you no name because I got
Thank you,
plenty
Mr.
of them.
Mays.
I
Thank you,
got
Mr.
plenty
Mays.
of them for you.
Thank you,
You
Mr.
are
Mays.
discriminatory to
Thank
the
you,
highest.
Mr. Mays. Thank you, Mr. Mays.
Thank you. I'm going to ask to be excused again.
Are you planning on returning to the meeting?
It's going to be my choice.
That is not how it works,
It do
actually.
work that way for everybody else. It worked that way for white folks, women. You telling me
Point
I
of
got
order, Madam
Point
Chair.
of order.
Madam Chair,
Dr. Lewis.
did you?
Point of
admit-
order.
Did
Dr.
you-
Lewis had a point of order. Then Mr. Mays. Dr. Lewis, what's your point?
You just ruled him out of order. Isn't this his second out of order?
I do believe that is correct, yes. Mr. Mays, you have been ruled out of order not once but twice.
Point of order.
What is your point?
When did I get the first warning?
When you were standing here as you last...
You ruled me out of order. I never had a warning.
Then that is you being ruled out of order. That is your first time. This is your second
I
time.
appeal the ruling of the chair.
There is a motion to appeal the ruling of the chair. Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second? Hearing none, that motion fails. Mr. Mays, that was your second warning. You may be excused for the remainder of this meeting.
You say you didn't give me a second warning, didn't have a first one. I appeal. Nobody said nothing. Mr. Metcalf, you might want to come walk me out because I'm going to highlight this. I'm tired of this racist, discriminatory treatment by certain folks sitting in places.
Point of order.
Now,
What's
you
your
never
point?
gave me a warning.
What's your point?
I believe, in all fairness, I believe that point of order was during special affairs. His rule out of order was out of special affairs.
When you might have been out of the room, he made a comment toward Dr. Lewis as he was leaving to be excused earlier. I believe you might have been out of the room on a phone call or something. Okay.
Come on, Mr.
Point
Metcalf,
of
I'll
order.
walk
What's
out
your
with
point?
you. Because this is
I
getting
don't
ridiculous.
think you stated,
Excuse me, Mr. Mays, there's a point of order over here.
I
What's your
don't
point
think
of
you
order?
stated that he had his warning. I didn't hear it. Did anybody hear it?
Nobody did. It didn't
Yeah,
happen.
you didn't
If
give him
nobody-
an actual warning. You got to
Then
give
this body
the
has,
warning.
then this body has the power to overturn that second warning, because this is a warning.
Point of order.
This is a warning. What is your point?
You never did explain my point of order. I called a point of order because you telling me I got to say whether I'm coming back or not. I don't have to say whether I'm coming back. That was my original point of order before Dr. Lewis.
Mr.
You ain't
Mays.
ruled on it yet.
Mr.
I don't have
Mays.
to tell you if I'm coming back or not. That was my point of
Mr.
order. And it
Mays.
was the first point of order. You ain't ruled on it yet. You out of order.
Mr. Mays.
Remove your doggone self. I'm about to cuss.
Mr. Mays,
This is getting ridiculous with you.
will you please let me speak?
That's my name, Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays, you asked to be excused from the meeting. I asked you if you were coming back.
Do you ask the other white folk that? You don't ask folk if they coming back. They just ask to be excused.
Mr. Mays, the reason why I asked if you were coming back was because I saw you gathering your things, and I remember, Mr. Mays, please let me finish. I let you finish.
Point of order,
I let
Madam
you
Chair.
finish. What's your point?
I always take my stuff sometime with me. The different treatment is that you don't ask black folks, white folks, and other folks, male or females, they coming back. We ask to be excused, and 100% of the time, folks is excused. You don't be asking folks, are you coming back? That's
Mr.
what my
Mays.
point of order was. Rule on it.
Mr. Mays, I need to first explain because you keep interrupting me.
What you gonna explain? Discrimination.
Mr. Mays, we have had an incident on this council previously where the chair assumed that a member of this body was leaving the meeting for the remainder of the meeting. In order to prevent any of those assumptions from happening in the future, and seeing that you were bringing your stuff with you, I wanted to confirm or deny whether or not you were leaving for the remainder of the meeting, or if you were leaving and coming back.
Point of order. Is that new, specific to me?
Mr. Mays, given that we want to make sure that there are no assumptions and you had taken all of your things, that is why I was clarifying. So again, hearing what my colleagues are saying over here, and I appreciate that, I was under the impression that I had said that when there was a comment made here directed toward our colleague in the second ward, I thought that I had said that that was your first warning. My colleagues are telling me that they did not hear that. In respect to the body, that will not be a warning. This incident of leaving, that is your warning, and that is your first warning.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Mr. Mays, you have already appealed the ruling on the first warning.
I appeal
And it fails
the
without
out of order. I
Point
appeal
of
the
order.
ruling of the chair.
Yes, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Madam Chair, usually when someone asks to be excused, there's been several instances where someone has gotten up and said, I want to be excused. I might get up and take my purse with me to be excused. Or Ms. Burns may take her bag with her to be excused. No one has ever asked me if I'm going to come back to the meeting. It's already assumed that he's going to come back. He didn't say bye for the evening or
Point of
he's
order.
gone. So
Point of
I'm just
order.
not understanding.
What's your
Point of order, if I may.
What's your point?
Look, Miss Lewis ain't gonna harass and intimidate me, just like Miss Worthing said under her breath, ghetto. Miss Lewis, don't do that with me, please. Can you keep her to herself?
Point of order.
I'm sitting way over here.
Point of
I ain't
order.
studying her.
What's your point?
No one has said anything to Mr. Mays, because I don't act like that. So
Mr. Mays.
can he just excuse himself as he said? Because he's to the meeting. He's disrupting the meeting for no reason.
Point of order.
Mr. Mays.
I really don't want her sitting over here lying and dealing with me under her breath. Really, I don't.
Mr. Mays, that
I'm
is
too
an
grown not to
improper.
try to go to heaven allowing her. She lying.
Mr. Mays, that is an improper point of information. Ms. Winfrey Carter was in the middle of her point of information, then I will rule on Dr. Lewis's.
With all due respect, Vice President Herkenroder, I think we're wasting a lot of time. I think really for you to ask him if he's returning is really not necessary. Because he's just asking to be excused. Before, when he was excused, he took his folder with him. So, I noticed that. So I'm sure he's coming back. He really doesn't have to say he's coming back or not, because that's never a question that has ever been asked, if anyone asks to be excused. I'm just saying. Thank you.
Point well taken. Dr. Lewis, in regards to the point of order that was called by you, point also well taken. Mr. Mays, you did call a point of order in there.
Point of information. Am I excused?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Murphy, you had the floor.
Thank you. This is really getting ridiculous. This man, I'm sitting over here, This man is keep on nitpicking with Dr. Lewis, and some of my colleagues over there ain't hearing it, but I'm hearing it in
Mr.
my
Murphy,
ears.
decorum,
And what
please.
I'm telling you guys is this man is literally over here picking with Dr. Lewis. So if y'all don't hear it, I'm letting y'all know that this man is over here picking with Dr. Lewis, and she ain't saying nothing to him.
Mr. Murphy, decorum, please. Decorum means treating all of our colleagues with respect.
I'm telling this council, and y'all can mark my words, y'all need to put this man in check. He is over here disrespecting this lady, making sidebar conversations, and I'm sitting up here hearing it all the way from my seat, and then she trying to keep her composure as much as
Point of information.
What's your point?
Through you to the speaker, did you grow up lying your whole life?
Mr. Mays, that is an improper
May
point.
I be excused again?
Yes. Mr. Murphy.
Did he grow up with some mental issues his whole life?
Mr. Murphy, decorum.
For real. Listen, whoever chairing these meetings, I'm just letting y'all know, y'all need to get this dude. Because I'm not scared of him. Whether he want to recall me or not, that's on him.
Mr.
'Cause God put me.
Decorum.
Y'all want to talk about decorum with me, but y'all don't want to check this dude about his decorum. This man been out of order all meeting, and y'all will not check him. Check him and get him up out of here. I'm not about to let this man be talking to me any kind of way. He can talk to y'all any kind of way, but he ain't gonna be talking to me any kind of way. And he ain't gonna be disrespecting Dr. Lewis over here, and she ain't saying nothing. And why ain't nobody stopping him? Why everybody think he ought to be able to get up and leave? This dude get up and leave more than any council person that I've seen in here. And it's out of order and it's disrespectful.
Thank you. Is
Point of
there any other?
information,
What's your
Madam
point?
Chair. Is there a reason why Dr. Lewis has not stated that she's had things stated to her and has remained silent? Because we can't hear from over here.
Dr. Lewis, if you care to respond to that point
Absolutely,
of
I
information.
do. So, and keep it in line.
Point of order. I thought we was on a motion, and I done heard people say germane or whatever. If I'm the subject of this motion, then so be it. I'll come back, respond to the motion that y'all ain't talking about, and then I'll proceed to still be excused.
Mr. Mays,
So,
Mr.
point of
Mays.
order, are we on a motion? And is this germane to the motion?
Mr. Mays, Councilwoman Burns called a point of information, which is in order. Dr. Lewis is answering that point of information. We are still in the first round of discussion. Dr. Lewis will answer the point of information, and then I will call for the next member of council who wishes to speak in the first round. Dr. Lewis.
Okay, so I've been trying to maintain this by calling out the point of order and et cetera, by having him removed. He's been saying things, and again, keeping in mind that I was elected to be a professional council person, I don't go back and forth. I sat back, I rubbed my hands, they were a little cold, and he's telling me, what you say, beg your pardon. At the end, that's when he interrupted the meeting and called a point of order. Me, as a...
Point of information.
What's your point?
Ms. Lewis, is you gonna try to convince me and God you didn't say nothing to me?
Through you, Madam Chair, what did I say?
I don't know, but it was toward me, and you were rubbing your hands and you said it. Now convince me and God. Are you willing to try to do that?
That's an improper point of information. Dr. Lewis, you may continue to answer Ms. Burns' question.
So unfortunately, you all can't hear the disrespect and the abuse that me and Councilman Murphy receives over here, but this is an ongoing issue. And
Point of information.
What's your point?
I've been loudly on the microphone disrespecting Mr. Murphy, and you couldn't hear that?
That's an improper point of information. Dr. Lewis, continue.
And thank you, Madam Chair. And pursuant to the council rules, I can pull it up, yet you're not supposed to talk vulgar or make attacks or talk disrespectfully to your colleagues. So since he's self-admitting that shows that his behavior is out of order.
If she's still talking, she out of order, give her a warning. I called a privileged motion and you didn't check her.
Mr. Mays,
My
what's your
point
point?
of information was, do she know that everything I said about Mr. Murphy been loud and proud?
Okay, Dr. Lewis, continue.
So, as previously stated, using point of information to grab the floor, violation of council rules, he just admitted that he was out of order by verbally attacking the council person in the 3rd Ward, which also, according to council rules, is out of order again. So that's 2 out of order things that he have participated in, and that was just self-admitting. When are we just going to stop kicking the can down the road?
Dr. Lewis, what's your point of information?
Is one of the 2 out of orders him attacking me, him, 2, 1, 2? Is that what you're referring to? 2 out of orders?
That is an improper point of information. Dr. Lewis, are you finished?
I'm done, so hopefully he'll be done, so we can be done.
Thank you. That answered the point of information raised by
Point
our
of
colleague in the
information,
6th.
Madam Chair.
What's your point?
Are you going to sit and allow this man to talk all that tough talk, talking about what he ain't scared, won't, and you sit there and
Please
condone
remember your
it? May I be
decorum.
excused again? And if it continue, I'll come back.
Point
We
of
on a point of
information.
order.
There is a point
Point of order.
There was a point of information
Point of
called
order.
before the point of order. What is your point of information?
He is not being respectful to his fellow council people.
Point of order.
That was an incorrect point of information.
It was
I'm sorry, I
an
thought you said
incorrect.
point of information.
And my point of order
That
is,
is sustained. What is your point of order?
my point of order is warn them.
Mr.
My
Mays.
point of order is that if he make a personal attack toward me, I'm gonna make 3 back, even if I get arrested. You
Mr.
can't
Mays.
tolerate him
Mays.
talking a certain way. I ain't studying.
Mr. Mays, this is your second warning.
Yeah, may I be excused on this second warning? This
may be
my
excused,
point of order is
Mr.
supposed to
Mays.
be on a motion, and it done turned to me. Every time he talk is me. And I'm getting
Mr.
tired of
Mays.
it. And,
Mr. Mays.
and I'm Quincy Murphy. And,
Mr.
and
Mays,
I
you've
just think
been
I'm scared of you. And
Mr.
I ain't scared,
Metcalf,
I ain't scared
Mr.
of you.
Mays, Mr. Mays, you are entirely
Oh, I
out of
don't know. I
order.
done went overboard because
You
you
are
are
out of order.
discriminatory.
That is
You got
incredibly-
little
Mr.
ears that
Metcalf.
hear what you want to hear,
Mr.
and I ain't studying you.
Metcalf.
I ain't studying you.
Mr. Mays, you will not be allowed back in this meeting.
You ain't got to tolerate. I don't tolerate you. I ain't studying you. Now, put that in your little.
Okay, we are still in the first round of discussion. Is there any other member of council who wishes to speak in this first round of discussion? Yes, Dr. Lewis. Mr. Mays, you've been excused. Get him out. Dr. Lewis, you have the floor.
Madam Chair,
Dr. Lewis, you have the floor.
thank you. I would like to make a motion to remove Eric Mays from his seat for 30 days.
There is a motion on the floor to remove Eric Mays from his seat for 30 days. Is there support?
I support.
Hang on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, Madam Chair, may I amend that? I'm sorry.
Yes, because I have not yet read it.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion to suspend Councilman Eric Mays from his seat for 30 days.
Okay, that amended motion or substitute motion would need a second. Is there support?
Support.
It has been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion on the motion to suspend Councilman Eric Mays from his seat for 30 days? Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair?
Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. So we have been trying to be patient. We have been trying to move the business of the city forward, and it's not working. Being silent, sitting here, it's not working. Defending ourselves when we have false accusations against us, it's not working. Removing him from the president's seat, first censoring him, it didn't work. Removing him from the president's seat, it didn't work. And so now, we're here. And this isn't coming just from me. This is coming from the residents of the city of Flint. This is coming in the name of civility. Do we want this to happen? Absolutely not. But in order for us to move forward, we must make a move. Our residents, the city, they are looking at us. And it's time for us to take this serious. We have experienced meetings without him being here. And they have run rather smooth. No arguing, no bickering, no fighting, no anything. And us learned council members, we were learning from one another in a peaceful environment. When we did have a difference, we handled it like sophisticated professional council people. No one was attacked. And so this right here, this will speak to the political will of this council if we're really serious about moving forward. Now, through you, Madam Chair, to Attorney Kim, may we make will it be in order for us to make this motion to suspend Councilman Eric Mays for 30 days so we can get on with the business of the city?
Yes, under Robert's rules, the body can issue that as a penalty.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion?
Madam Chair,
Was that Mr. Pfeiffer?
through you, Madam Chair, to Attorney Kim, how is this, this motion compared to the one that the city lost against Kate Fields?
Thank you, council member. There's two differences here. One, the motion, the discipline against Kate Fields, the issue there was that she was allowed to attend meetings but was not allowed to speak, and that the court in that case found that that violated the Open Meetings Act because the Open Meetings Act requires that all members of the public be allowed to speak. In this case, the body is doing what has been done previously, which is to suspend a member for a period of time. I believe 30 days is the motion, and that's what's been done in the past. Those motions have, as far as I know, not been challenged to suspend a member for 30 days for misconduct that occurs at a meeting. I would also like to point out that the decision involving Kate Fields is a decision by a circuit court judge. With all respect to the circuit court, it's not a binding decision, and that decision is currently on appeal in the Court of Appeals.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Mr. Murphy?
Yes. So, I respect Councilman Mays, and I think he brings value as far as knowledge-wise, but I don't respect the fact that he don't respect us on council. And we don't have to like each other, and that's okay with me. But I think we should respect one another. And since I've been on this council, he has shown none to me, and I have probably not shown too much to him. And not because that's how I want it to be. It's because I'm a man, I deserve respect, and I'm going to give it if you give it. And I did not get elected to come here and have to be going back and forth with him. And I have watched over the years how he got into it with a whole bunch of council members prior to me being elected. I never come here and start anything with him because I did not want to do that. I watched the previous council and I watched some of them start something. But if you start something with me, I'm not saying I ain't gonna finish it. I will finish it. I will admit I'll finish it. That's just who I am. Anybody who know me, from my family to my friends, they know I don't let people talk to me any kind of way. I just never been that kind of person. I don't let people talk to me any kind of way at my job. I don't let people talk to me any kind of way in my family. I don't let people talk to me any kind of way in the streets. People in the streets and all of that do not talk to me how me and him done had to go at it with each other. The old me would have been reacted in a way that I don't want to show that other side because the Lord blessed me to move me forward. Because the old me would have, I probably wouldn't be on council. I probably would be across the street somewhere. But what I'm saying, I get tired. I love my job as a city council, working in a community. I dread coming to city council meeting because I just don't know whether we finna end up and he finna say some off the wall stuff. I've been disappointed from when I ran for office and they put out this literature calling me a drug dealer. I did not like that. I don't know who it came from, but it was distasteful. And I didn't even run for office.
What's your point?
Is it, and it'd be through you to Attorney Kim, but I believe to do that, don't we have to suspend the rules, take a vote to suspend the rules to get 6 votes to get him the censure? I know that's how it was done prior.
Can you save that question for your time with the floor?
I can.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Murphy?
So, I don't like having to go this route, but, people want to see us get work done. We got a lot of work to do here in our community. I'm excited about seeing the Miller Road project get done. I'm excited. I don't know what's going on in Councilwoman Jerry Winfrey Carter ward on Williams and Martin Luther King, but I've been being nosy, I'm excited about seeing things happen in y'all community, and I just want to move the city forward. We got a lot of work to do. It's overwhelming. My ward is overwhelming with calls about different things. So to try to stay up on top of responding to people's calls and making sure that you doing the best that you can to please the residents, and it's getting warm, grass finna start getting high. We got a lot of dumping. When we come here in the committee, we should be getting the work done. When we come to city council, we all should be voting up and voting down these resolutions. It should not take this long, and we do move better when he's not here. Not saying we don't want him here, because he was voted by the people. But when is enough going to be enough? If we don't agree with him, we don't vote his way, we getting attacked. I don't agree with all my colleagues all the time. Not one colleague on this council I always agree with. I disagree with you guys all the time. Probably every time I come in this council meeting, we don't agree, but that don't mean we got to be calling each other out and calling. And we have, especially the 4 of us that didn't vote for him, we had just been attacked since we've not voted for him. And I think maybe this 30 days will probably help. I'm not sure, but you guys gave him a warning at the beginning. I thought you should have did more, but y'all only gave him a warning. Y'all removed him for president. Now we making a move to remove him for 30 days. It's just like the more we do, he come back and retaliate. So I'm done. I'll be supporting this motion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Dr. Lewis.
Councilwoman Burns.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to say this. We're picking and choosing on what things that tend to bother us. And I'm going to say this, to be called ghetto, and then to be on Fox News by another council person, and then a former council person to put it on social media. Well, and then some of my colleagues second the motion when she said ghetto. Well, ghetto, and we need to understand whether she was using in a noun or is an adjective, but the way it was used, it is a slang term that is generally considered offensive stereotypes, because ghettos have historically been inhabited by racial minorities and disparities. So we didn't and this is the first time we heard her go off when she did that. We did nothing. There was no offer to remove her for 30 days. She's telling people I chased her and telling lies. I'm not removing him from this, because when we talk about fairness, I'm not seeing it. And when I asked you, Councilwoman Lewis, had exactly what he said, and you stated, I guess he was mumbling or grumbling, because I do know you are not the type of woman who would allow anyone to say anything to you disrespectfully and continuously. I know that, and I did not see. That's why I asked the question. When we talk about who we're choosing, how do we discipline people? We didn't get that discipline for the ghetto term that has gotten us more unfavorable reviews across the U.S. He was the only person who spoke up and said who was called ghetto. I was offended, because I would never say a knee-jerk reaction for me to say something equally offensive to my white counterparts. I would never do that. It's not in my vocabulary. It's not something I'm going to use. It's not embedded in my heart, and it is not for me to use every day just because. You don't accidentally say that. You accidentally said it here when it slipped out in earshot of this black council person. That's where we should have given her 30 days. So when we look at 30 days and how we're issuing it out, we need to be fair across the board. I was offended. People in the community were offended. And it's still garnering support on the internet, or social media, which is wrong.
Point of information. Well, if you felt that way, why didn't you make a motion to suspend her for 30 days?
And I'm going to continue, Madam Chair. And I want to say, when we talk about how we do this isn't the first time she said something. So we need to make sure, because Councilman Mays is not even speaking to me now, because I don't always agree with him. And I'm one of those people that he does not talk to in the hallways. And that's fine, but what right is right. If we didn't do anything to her, then we shouldn't be doing anything to him. And I didn't feel, and we can't hear over here. And
As a reminder, the public is...
And I did not, for me, I know you would have spoken up, and we would have supported you in this also. We would have. If you felt threatened or he was saying derogatory remarks to you, I would have supported you in that, absolutely. That's why I asked. Because like I said, if it's right is right. And when it comes to the occasion, I know Councilman Murphy was speaking up for you, but I know you can speak for yourself. You are very clear, and that's why I wanted to know. But when I look at how we're issuing this out, this whole thing, Burns and Carter are ghetto. This is all over. And we don't work, or I never had a job. I've worked my whole entire life. A 40-hour work week is not even something I'm accustomed to, because I don't mind putting in the time to get the work done. And not one of my colleagues, when we said, come on and defend it. When she said ghetto, no one came and said, oh, I'm offended. Let's throw her out. Let's give her 30 days. As a matter of fact, that wouldn't have been said unless I said something. I want everybody to be offensive when we call them black people ghetto. And the standard in this city council, when the majority of us are black, are considered to be ghetto. Well, you know what? Call me ghetto. I hear gunshots, so I'm ghetto, and I guess I live in the hood. But we need to do better. But we don't stand up for each other. I don't say that about her or anybody else. But this mess where we picking and all this stuff, he has a right. His ward elected him, whether we like it or not. They elected. If they want him removed, they need to get another person to run against him to replace him. And at this point, he gets, I think, the highest votes than any of us. He got more than me.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Through you to the speaker, do you understand that the 30 days is not removing him for city council?
I'm very clear, and I've read the charter over and over, that what I'm saying, if it's 30 days to censor his voice, what is 30 days to not have him in here, I'm not against not any single one of 30 days, not today. Give the person who called us ghetto 30 days.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the first round?
Yes, Madam.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Madam Chair, I echo the sentiments of Councilwoman Burns in the 6th Ward. If we're going to give Councilman Mays 30 days, we need to give Councilwoman Worthen 30 days. And that wasn't her first time doing what she blurting out something that's, to me, really offensive. The language that she used in a closed session. So, you know what? I'm not going to vote for this. I'm going to vote no. Fair is fair. Right is right. Wrong is wrong. We got to be fair across the board. And if you, really, truthfully, we should have done this on last Wednesday. We should have voted her out for 30 days. So, come on, guys. We got to be fair across the board. I'm not going to vote. I'm not going to vote yes for this. I'm going to be voting no. This is not fair.
Thank you. Is there any other member of council who wishes to speak during the first round? During the first round? Hearing none. In the second round, is there any member of council who wishes to speak in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns.
I'm going to take my time, because you know what? We have to move forward. And we talk about how do we make sure we conduct ourselves in council. It is serious. I took it very serious when it came to Councilman Mays and his behavior. I was very outspoken about it. I stood on my word and did what I said I was going to do, because that's what you're supposed to do when it's right. It it went past a friendship. He understood what I was saying, and he has the right to be angry with me, which he is. But my point is this: if we expect Councilman Mays to uphold the charter and the council rules, we need to make sure that the council person in the 9th Ward does the same thing. It is a racially charged word that was used. Ghetto. Ghetto. Burns and Carter, now we're both considered to be ghetto. And she's still putting FUs on the social media, telling people that the sheriff had to get me off of her, and just lying. I wanted to get a lie detector test. I'll pay for it. Because we can't move forward when we're talking about people's behavior. You cannot call a city that is 56% black and call the council members ghetto. And she was comfortable and smiled and giggled. It's not funny to me. Because when we talk about who built up this country and the disparities and how minorities are treated, we don't have the same type of opportunity. Racism still exists. It exists and is very real. It hasn't went anywhere. And for her to do this, it was disappointing. There was no call out, oh my God, she did this. And then she went on, she had some sympathizers. She had black sympathizers, enablers. That was disappointing to me. Because where I am right now, I have to stand on the shoulders of some black person who fought to get here. Black people weren't even allowed to even have fair housing. We weren't allowed to have fair, or to be in certain parts of government. So when we talk about what we do, let's make it equal. I don't care if you black or white when it comes to is right is right. I would not say to her, which would be the word if my knee-jerk reaction of something that I didn't like, oh, she's blankety blank. I wouldn't do that. That is what is that was in her heart, that came out her mouth. That is her daily vocabulary. I'm getting comments and emails threatening with racism and black little pictures and calling me colors. My great-grandmother was called colored thin. And we're getting this daily. Threats, not cool. My colleagues didn't support and say, hey, you did something wrong. She should have been put out of here 30 days. That to me is something we cannot stand up to. I mean, we can't let it go by. And the sad part is with this council, we are voting on what friendships. If you're my friend, I'm going to pull your coattail and tell you out of pocket and you're wrong. That's what friends do. There's not one person in my friend group who would tell me, Tanya Burns, that is correct what you did. You called her this back in retaliation, you did that. Not true. Then she makes the record, well, she said this about this. No, don't tell snippets of what I said. Tell the whole truth. Don't give the little parts that you like, that you want to put in a nice little box. Tell the whole truth. But until we start dealing with past behavior of the past council members, we won't be able to move forward. It's not this council majority. We want to come in.
Point of
at least
information.
5 to 6 votes.
What's your point?
Well, why don't you make a motion to remove her?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think that we have it.
Excuse me, the public will remember to stay in order. Ms. Burns?
Thank you. I don't think we have enough votes this evening because I can count. So I do want to make sure, but I want this to be clear. We have to be better and do better. And I think I was challenged with some things for some reason. People didn't think that I would not, discipline or to tell Councilman Mays. I did. Had no problem with it. And I'm one of the people he won't get on well, he did ride down the elevator last week with me, but he's not spoken to me. And I'm fine with that. But he represents that first ward, and until the members of that community vote someone else in different, I don't think that there's much that can be done. But we need diversity training. We need team building. We need training that's going to help us to be a better council. We need to understand what real racial disparities are. That when you talk and call someone in a community to where you feel you are superior and you're speaking to another race that they're inferior, that is not what we do. We are held to a higher standard. And as Councilman Winfrey, the golden rule, which she used to say all the time, we need to have and stick to that golden rule. That to me is disappointing. We have got work to do, but because of that, if I felt...
Point of information.
What's your point, Ms. Burns? Hang on, what's your point?
Put the motion on the floor. You never know, we tried, do you know that?
That's an improper point of information. Ms. Burns, your time is up.
Thank you, but I need to also, and I've had a few, do we need to put the motion on the floor to suspend the rules, is what I was told before, to remove someone, that we have to suspend the rules?
No, that was because of the position of, the question dealt with the position of council president, and in order to deal with that, there had to be a motion to suspend the rules. The simple discipline of one of your own members is not specified in the rules or in the council rules, in Robert's rules, or in the charter here, so the only requirement is that a majority of the council vote for, the council members elect vote for that. So that's all that's required there. That's the difference between those two situations.
Councilwoman, Madam Chair, I would like to put the motion on the floor to suspend Councilwoman Eva Worthing for 30 days.
Point of order.
Hang on. Okay, because we are in the middle of a main motion right now, and this is an entirely new motion, we would have to finish this motion and vote on it and then come back to that motion. I'm not saying, it's just not in order right now. Okay. So we are in the second round of discussion on the motion to suspend the councilman from the first ward from his seat for 30 days. Is there any other member
Madam
of
Chair?
council who wishes to speak?
No, never mind.
Okay. Is there any other member of council who wishes to speak? Okay. I will take some time to speak. Did you? Okay. I believe that discipline, per our rules, which Rule 32.1 does expressly give us the power to discipline our own members, I do think that specifically the behavior that was displayed this evening by our colleague in the First Ward, and given historic behavior, is in order and is something that I will be supporting, especially because of the attacks that have been specifically mentioned toward me on numerous occasions, and not to mention just the blatant defamation of me and my character of a man who has had maybe three-minute long conversations with me. This is completely disrespectful. The behavior of the assumption of one's opinion based off the color of their skin is so, to use the word that has been used, low. And the fact that our colleague has consistently said that he would rather go low. If you go low once, he'll go low 3 times. That's not how we move the business of the city forward. He can say whatever he wants about me. I don't care. I've got tough enough skin. I really don't care. It's just a matter of the fact that people are watching this around the world and they think this is normal. And they think that this isn't how city business gets done. It doesn't matter if we like each other or not. I don't agree with everyone all the time. There are some people who I agree with more than others, yes, but this isn't a matter of who we like and who we don't like. It's a matter of what's right and what's wrong. And the behavior that was displayed this evening, and specifically targeting a number of us, was blatantly wrong. If we don't hold ourselves accountable, how do we expect our city to hold itself accountable? To pick up the trash instead of throwing it out the window of their car? To take care of their properties? We have to hold ourselves accountable. We are the leaders of this community, whether we like it or not. We have to show what it means to do the right thing. And that's all I have to say about that. We are now to the vote on the motion to suspend our colleague in the First Ward from his seat for 30 days. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
Point of,
Motion fails.
point of information.
Okay. Let me call the vote. It was 4 yes and 3 no. The motion fails. What's your point?
I got to excuse myself.
Okay. Councilwoman Burns, I believe that you wanted to put a motion on the floor to suspend Councilwoman Eva Worthing. However, I did not hear for a period of how long.
At this point, because she's not here to defend, I want to be fair. She's not here to defend herself, so right now I will decline. I'll wait until our next council meeting when she's here.
So withdrawing the motion?
I'm withdrawing the motion, Madam Chair.
The motion has been withdrawn. We were back at the first round of discussion in the motion to approve Resolution 220059.1 pending the appropriate corrections. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Okay, in the second round, is there any discussion? Is there any is there any discussion in the second round? Final call? Hearing none, that brings us to the vote on the motion to approve Resolution 220059.1 pending corrections. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mr. Hickenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That motion passes. Okay. That brings us down to the first reading of Ordinance 220166.1. The chair will entertain a motion to send Ordinance 220166.1 to second reading.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley.
I move that we move ordinance number 220166.1 for a second reading.
Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Hearing none, that takes us to the vote on the motion to send ordinance 220166.1 to council, or, no, excuse me, to second reading. Roll call, please.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mr. Hickenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. The motion passes. And then for ordinance 220144, the chair will entertain a motion to approve ordinance 220144.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve 220144.
It has been moved. Is there support?
Madam Chair, I second that.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Final call, is there any discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please, Madam Clerk, on the motion to approve ordinance 220144.
Mr. Hickenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no on 220144.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That ordinance passes. Are there any final council comments, or the chair will entertain a motion to adjourn?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns.
I would like to final council comments. We have to learn to, one, we need training for sensitivity, racial sensitivity training. We could benefit from that. I don't think when we look at the culture, some things are convenient. This is business, and to play with people's lives, that's not good. You know, we have to do better. Last week's situation is still rolling over. It's still happening every single day. And it's not just social media, it's print media along with TV. So we can't keep stating, I believe we have to address the issues. And we need some work. We need training so that when you know better, you do better. And we need training so that we can come together. There's too many issues that I think that we may be harboring personally, and so that to move together after the training, we won't have any excuses. Racial sensitivity training, we need team building, and we need that, and we can benefit as a whole from that. A lot of us are digging down and we put our heels in the ground, but at no point should any of the colleagues be sworn at, talked about, and many of us have been cursed at. And that is not, that's not good. That's not good. Prayerfully, we can make it through this, and I will be speaking with the city clerk. I don't know if it's something we can do as far as training, but we need to have that, because the majority of this council wants to move the city forward. And we have ARPA funds, and we need to spend those ARPA funds. We got to work together to say, hey, let's put the city first. And that, to me, is important. Each of us have busy lives and work another job. Everyone's busy. But when we come here, we want to use our time wisely and respectfully. And I hope that we can do this. I don't like us being in the news for negative reasons and having to defend myself in all kind of nasty racial emails coming to me. I don't like that. I'm not offended by it. It's not the first time I've been called the N-word. I'm getting called the N-word quite often. That's not, it's not a word that should be used. It's a racially charged word, and I guess someone said, when they told me, you coloreds, I guess that was a better way. But my grandmother, great-grandmother, and grandmother, you cannot use certain words. They're offensive. The black culture and the black community have worked hard. We are people in the United States. We have worked to build this country. We are not inherently inferior. And I will not allow anyone to bestow that upon me by calling me ghetto because you feel you have some type of superiority. That won't happen. That won't happen. And it should not happen. We shouldn't even be having the conversation about it, unfortunately. We should not. I won't do it, and I will never have a knee-jerk reaction to offend my colleagues or anyone else. I've never even called anyone about their culture. I don't do that. If I'm upset with you, I will use some expletives, but it's not that. I don't do that. And I'm generally I'm not even upset like that, because this is the city business. I'm happy that we're working together to get something done. There's no place in here for expletives, and we have to do better. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during final comments?
Yes, Madam Chair. In addition to cultural sensitivity training, I think we too need to have Myers-Briggs personality typing, because we all sit here, we all have different personalities, and it would be a good thing to, know your colleague's personality, because if I'm gonna use Councilman Mays for an example. If you know Councilman Mays' personality, and you know your personality, at some point you would kind of sit back and not. I saw a lot of people poking at him, and that's not fair. Just poking at him just because, to me, you guys have the upper hand, and making little comments under your breath, that kind of triggers him. And if you know it's going to trigger him, why do it? Why do it? So, along with the cultural diversity training, the cultural sensitivity training, we need Myers-Briggs personality training. And, I think that'll be good. I think that'll bring us together. The one group, the couple that you had before.
I'm in touch with them all the time.
Okay, I thought that they did a really good job talking about cultural sensitivity things and issues. We really do need that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Does anyone else have final council comments?
I do.
Ms. Priestley?
You know, in regards to the cultural sensitivities, I only find one person, two people possibly, who bring up race in any way, shape, or form necessarily as a major issue. And seeing how I don't think either one of those people would listen or pay attention, it might be a waste of our money to do that, because I think most of us are respectful towards each other, our race, our culture, and I tend not to see color. People might disagree with that because I'm white, but I have grown up in the city of Flint. I've had very good friends who are colored, black. I've dated a black man. I don't see color. And there are people on this council who continually, week after week, meeting after meeting, multiple times, talk about the white and black. That person is not going to pay any attention to any cultural sensitivity. None. Because they think they're justified. And it just further divides this council. And it breaks my heart. I see so many things on this city that break my heart in regards to race. So I don't think that this council overall is a racially divided council. There are people who, like I said before, people who need it won't pay attention and may not even come. So I think that might be a waste of money. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Dr. Lewis?
Thank you. Tonight was very telling. You know, as I sit over here and as I come here weekly, I don't always say anything because I was told if you be quiet and let them speak, he'll just move on. That has not been the case. And I wish that you all could hear the mumblings under our breath, because you will hear none coming from me because I don't have time. And so keep it in mind that I'm next to the abuse. Yes, I am a professional woman. Yes, I don't let people talk to me any kind of way. But what do we do when someone is at fault? We point out the rules that are being broken, but we have people that pontificate a good speech, but when it comes time to act, they do not. That's what we don't need. He is a senior council person, been here for 8 years, this the 9th year, and he still haven't got it together yet? That sounds like a problem. And so I understand the heated incident that happened last week. Guess what? Someone should have had the wherewithal to say, let's go ahead and suspend her for 30 days. And I guarantee you probably would have got support. But let's not transfer that energy into over what happened today. See, we didn't talk about when the news was here and I was walking in right before the meeting and I was called all kind of B words saying I don't want to sit next to that MFer. Yeah, all that was directed towards me. But what? I have to endure this all the time. He gets to take the mic and say what he wants to, and you know what? Let's go ahead and really just keep it 100. He don't come for you. He didn't come for you, Ms. Barnes, until January the 19th when he spazzed out at that meeting. And then that's when you had issue. Usually you just sat back and just let him abuse everyone that didn't vote for him for president. That's what was happening.
Information.
What's your point?
Does Dr. Lewis understand that is not a true point?
Well, it is a factual point because I saw the footage when he went off on you. That was like the divide line. But the point is this: if he's not going off on you, if he's not your problem, then you don't understand. But I'm over here next to him. I hear the comments. I don't say anything because I try to rise above. See, I don't stand on hitting below, going 2 steps lower, because that's not why they elected me. And I trust that's not why they elected him. Now, if he's really serious about sitting in that seat and representing First Ward, he'd clean up his behavior. He'd stop making those comments towards the rest of the body. He'd stop interrupting us with these frivolous points of order and points of information, which he's obviously abusing. And I shouldn't even be having this conversation now. We all should be at home getting ready to get in our beds. But guess what? We kept being held up by frivolous points of information, points of order, and just out of order. He knows better. He knows the rules well enough to play us on them. And the only thing we do is just sit here and look and listen. And when it comes time for us to act, we want to have a great big speech on how it's not fair. If any one of you are acting up, I will vote to remove you, just like I want you to remove me. But the Second Ward have enough confidence in me that when they elected me, that they know I don't do that, and I won't do that. So again, I just ask for you all to have grace and mercy for your colleague that you can't hear what the abuse is going on. And the stuff that you can see, I admonish you to act. Because right now, everyone that voted no, you will be complicit. So when next time you come in this meeting, showing out, it's on your hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other council comment? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Madam Chair, motion to adjourn.
I would like to say my final council comments just very, very briefly. I just want to say how much I support the idea of a team-building exercise in any way, shape, or form. I understand the hesitation of my colleague in the 4th Ward regarding whether or not it will be well received by all members of this body. And I do just want to challenge my colleagues to remember that what we do today has a tremendous impact on 82,000 people, not just today, but 10 years in the future. What we do today has tremendous power, and we have to remember what our vision for the community is in the future. We have to keep looking to the future, and we have to keep remembering that vision as we keep moving forward so that we can keep pushing forward for spending ARPA dollars, so we can push for infrastructure improvements, so we can make sure that Flint is the community that people want to come to develop their business, to start their families. What we do today has tremendous power, and we have to remember that vision as we keep moving forward. Mr. Pfeiffer, there's a motion to adjourn. Is there support? Is there support for it's been moved and properly supported on a motion to adjourn. It was moved by Mr. Pfeiffer, supported by Dr. Lewis. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no to adjourn.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. We are adjourned at 10:43.